Hey guys, good morning. I almost said afternoon. I'm not used to streaming this early. Okay, good morning. We're gonna try to finish up this game right now. Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. I just got a horrible DM. A horrendous DM that I had to just deal with first thing in the morning. Hey Murph, how's it going? Yeah, I actually finished up pretty much the whole game. And now I'm just doing all like the bonus content, the side story stuff. So I just got a DM from a viewer that says, "Hey Curly, does a menstrual cup count as a cup?" And I'm not sure how I'm supposed to deal with this. So let's just, I woke up, saw a notification on my phone, and I guess let's go with that. How are you doing, Murph? Oh god, I'm sorry for just sharing something even more horrific than this game. So, last stream we finished getting the quote-unquote good ending? The best ending? Oh, you're back on the... Awesome! I'm glad to hear it. I wasn't even aware that you were off the internet. Was that unforeseen? Yeah, so we finished the quote-unquote good ending, the secret ending. So we're done with the original game. Now we just have side stories left. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I've been very not busy. I'm sure that you, in certain ways, I'm sure you're going through a lot of the same music stuff as I am. Okay. Let's begin the side story. This one is called Trust. I believe these play out in order. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong. Hey, CD. CD, what a way to start a day. Fruity. Wow. Hey, you guys came right in time for the first side story. Trust. Oh, Jesus. Is this a day where I turn off chat? Huh. Okay, everyone. The Literature Club is starting. Let's all have a seat and take attendance, okay? Ugh. I miss Debate Club. Who knew it would be so difficult to start a new club? I feel worse with every day that passes without anyone coming in. I'm really starting to lose confidence. Monica's the only member of the Literature Club. In the days that have passed, all of our efforts to recruit new members have been fruitless. Am I going about this wrong? Monica glances at one of her flyers. The headline is, "Do you like literature?" Maybe nobody is into literature enough to pick it over their other club interests. I can't just rely on people liking literature. I need to sell them on a vision. A vision. What kind of vision? Monica rests her head on the desk, deep in thought. But before she realizes it, the recent nights of staying up too late start to catch up to her. It's so quiet, and the noise of the air conditioner is soothing. I'm not sure how long each of these are, but I hear all the side stories together are 50% of the total script of the game. Like, of the original game. So these are going to be pretty substantial. Hello? Suddenly, a voice causes Monica to snap awake. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I never do this. Is this the napping club? No, this is... Monica pauses, suddenly embarrassed to admit that this is, in fact, the Literature Club. This is the Literature Club. Yay, I thought I got it wrong for a sec. I'm super sorry. It was just, like, so unprofessional of me to do that. Don't apologize. I do that all the time. Who do you hate? You hate Sayori? Oh, is my volume way too high? Let's lower this. Okay, on that note, boop! Don't apologize. I do that all the time. Oh. Did I miss the club meeting? Where is everybody? Well, about that. This is everyone. Here, let me lower the volume a little bit more. Really? Just you? Can you guys hear me all right over the volume? Really? Just you? But we're getting more members. I'm working really hard on it. Hold on a sec. If it's just you, that means I get to be vice president. Wait, vice president? What are your qualifications? Well, I'm better at napping than you. Here, 1 second. 1 second. La da 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 da. We'll keep that up. There we go. Is there an apply? There we go. Well, I'm better at napping than you. Maybe I should be president. Now you're just making fun of me. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name? Sayori. Okay, Sayori. I've been trying really, really hard on this club. I know you caught me at a weird time, but it's really disheartening to not be taken seriously, you know? I care so much about this. I just want to find other people who do too. Oh no. I don't think I need a warning for this stream, right? I'm pretty sure the side stories are all light. Oh no. I'm so sorry. I do care, I promise. I have a hard time being serious, that's all. I didn't mean for it to hurt you. And I was joking about the vice president thing too. I would make a terrible vice president. I mean, I'm sure that Monica tries to say something reassuring, but it's difficult when she doesn't know much about Sayori. I'm sorry that this isn't like a real club yet. Would you still be interested in joining after I found a few more members at least? Well, no. Fruity, CD North, I just want you to know that I'm very proud of you two. I'm very proud that you guys are learning about, you know, you're learning about expressing yourselves, and you're learning about health issues. I'm really proud of you guys and happy for you guys. So don't worry one bit. Exactly. I just need to have chat off while you do that. Okay, well, no. I want to join now. Really? Yeah, it sounds like a lot of fun. Besides, I can tell how hard you've been working. You're doing something amazing, and you should be proud of it, you know? So, let me help you turn something stressful into something fun. If nothing else, I'm good at that, so... Aha. Wait, 1 second. Why are the side stories so much louder? There we go. Hang on a second. We gotta do the classic. I have to channel this. Okay, let's get this all set up. Okay, we got it. We're good. Aha! There we go. Honestly, how could I possibly say no to that? That's really sweet of you, Sayori. Oh, okay, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We gotta do this real fast. There we go. We're gonna do this. Bam. We're gonna do this. 1 second. Bam. Oh my gosh, chat is so nice right now. Hey, Murph. It's so pleasant to talk to you. Oh, I'm Monica, by the way. Monica? That's such a cool name. Oh, now you're just trying to cheer me up. But you're smiling. Well, I didn't say it didn't work. Monica glances at the flyer on her desk and realizes that her name is already written on it. Well, you know, a little bit. Here, 1 second. Okay. Monica glances at the flyer on her desk and realizes that her name is already written on it. So, what do we do first? Well, It's getting pretty late, isn't it? We can go home and try to come up with some new ideas to recruit club members. I could do that. Cool. And I think I need to put some more thought into my vision for the club. You know, like a mission. My mission is to make everyone happy. Aha-ha. Yeah, something like that. I need to think about it. Hey, do you like hugs? I guess so. Sayori suddenly pulls Monica into a friendly hug. And then let's go. Let me put chat back on. Here we go. Some people can just really use a hug sometimes. Besides, Sayori whispers loudly, hug energy is what keeps me at my best. Aha-ha. Hug energy? Monica laughs. Although Sayori is very different from her, Monica feels her spirits lifted. 1 second. Although Sayori is very different from her, Monica feels her spirits lifted. Maybe it's just because she finally found another club member. But, well, I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. It'll be fun. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm gonna think really hard tonight about how to get more people. Yeah, me too. A day passes, and then time comes for the literature club. Monica and Sayori to reconvene. As president, Monica ensures that she's the first to arrive to the clubroom. But she finds herself waiting longer than expected for Sayori. It's been 10 minutes already. Maybe Sayori changed her mind about joining. No, that can't be. She was so excited yesterday. But I'm getting kind of worried. Suddenly, Sayori comes bounding through the door. In her hand, she's holding a sheet of paper. Sorry, I'm late. I'm here. Oh, 1 second. This is directed at Fruity. There we go. Sorry, I'm late. I'm here. It's okay. Welcome back. And Sayori spins over to Monica and deposits the sheet onto Monica's desk. Oh, wait, 1 second. This is directed at CD. 1 second. There we go. Oh, what's this? Take my hand, take me forward. Take me to your dreamland. Caution me to watch my step, so I can't look back at my footprints. Climb the stars ahead of me, while I look up to you. The more I look forward, the more I look up, the more I can lend to you. If you can trust me to follow your pace, I'll trust you to set it. If you can trust me to lend you a smile, I'll trust you to return it. Take my hand, take me forward, take me to your dreamland. I went to that site, CD, the other day. I went to that site, and it was an unsecured site that I wouldn't trust. So don't go there. I probably sold all my information to, some massive corporation, or maybe like a ransomware site, something like that. Who knows? You got nothing to worry about, Fruity. Hey, this is really good. I misread yum information as yum infection because of what was in chat earlier. My brain. You wrote this, Sayori? Of course. Wait, no. That's the wrong side of the paper. Huh? I wasn't ready to share that yet. Oh, I'm so embarrassed. Monica flips over the paper. Written on the other side is a list of ideas for recruiting new club members. Oh, so this is what you meant to show me. But I'm curious now. Do you write poetry often? I do, but I'm sure I'm not anywhere near as good as you are. Aha-ha. Really? I'm actually terrible at writing poetry. I've never written anything I was happy with. Like, I always read it again a week after I write it, and I'm like, wow, this is so stupid. I don't know. It's like the dramatic version of me doesn't agree with the person I want myself to be, or something like that. Aw. You should have more confidence in yourself. You're the literature club president. Ah-ha-ha. I guess you're not wrong there. I need to, set a good example or whatever. You know, I can envision the club doing something like that. Doing what? You know, like sharing poems we write, stuff like that. Oh yeah, I would love that. It's such a good way to learn about other people, you know? It's like we have so many emotions that we can't express to other people usually. But you can when it's in a poem, right? Yeah, I think that's helping me form a more cohesive vision for the club. So, I'm glad you showed me, well, even though it was by accident. Me too. I felt embarrassed at first, but now it feels kind of good that someone else read it. I'll try to show you more of them in the future. I'd love that. Oh geez, I'm getting distracted. Do you want to go over to the over this recruitment brainstorm together? My brain stormed so hard. It was like a brain hurricane. My brain is a natural disaster. Ah ha 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 ha. Sayori, that's terrible. You don't like bad girls? CD, you and I are very different people. Sayori, that's terrible. Anyway, let's take a look at this list. Make cupcakes. I was hungry. But it's a good idea, isn't it? Let me think about this. I mean, when would we have the chance to give people cupcakes? Okay. I feel like Sayori is goats on boats, right? And Natsuki is Fruitiverse. And CD North is... Oh, God. CD North is somewhere between Sayori and Yuri, I think. So, for the purpose of this, CD might be Yuri. You don't like girls who are on the naughty list? And I don't... Who's Monica? Would be a good Monica. I mean, when would we have the chance to give people cupcakes? You know, like when they come into the club. What if we said we had free cupcakes on the flyer? I'm, like, kind of worried that would bring the wrong kinds of people, you know? Wrong kinds? People who just come for the cupcakes and then leave. Nobody would do that. That would be mean. But, you know, I want to find people who are really into literature, even if they don't know it yet. Let's see, the next thing on the list. Hunt for people reading books. Yeah, and so is CD. I don't think I get it. I mean, I haven't seen CD, but CD's essence. You know? I mean, I've seen CD's wristwatch. Like going around the school and finding people who are reading books, you know? Like in the morning or during lunch. And we'd tell them to check out the literature club. Well, the problem with that is, like, wouldn't most people reading books just be doing it for an assignment or something? How would we know if they're just reading for fun? Well, we could ask them. But then we'd be bothering people who were trying to do schoolwork. I didn't think about that part. I'm sorry. Hey, don't apologize. You're coming up with a lot more things than I can. Oh, your next idea is to hand out flyers, rather than just put them up on the wall. I'd definitely like to start doing that. I'm useful. Ha. I never said you weren't. I just need to think. What would we tell people when handing them out? I don't want to be like, join the literature club. Let's figure out how we can better engage people. What if you told them about club activities and stuff? What club activities? Yeah, I guess it's supposed to be my job to come up with that, right? A vision for the club. Okay, Sayori, pretend you're a normal person for a second. Wait, I didn't mean it like that. Ha. You know, like a random passerby who's getting a flyer. How would you react to the idea of a literature club? Probably like, literature is stupid. Well, no, CD, like you can, I don't know what you look like, but your essence. And I'm not talking about the bunny that Fruity drew, but I'm talking about, you know, the core of your being, right? Literature is stupid. I'm joining the anime club. What the heck? Ha. Sorry, I was just thinking of a friend of mine. Okay, what if I said that we, like, do group reading and discuss it together? I would probably nap through that. That's you, Sayori. Yeah, but that doesn't really sound fun to most people anyway. We need to really catch their interest, you know? Ugh. This sucks. Why is this so hard? Monica, don't be sad. What do you like about literature, Sayori? Me? Wait, why don't you like the pink-haired person? Natsuki is the second best character in the game. Well, kind of what I said about the poem earlier. I think it gives you the chance to express yourself. Like, express yourself in ways you can't normally do. When you're just doing your normal day and talking to your friends. I mean, we all have so many thoughts and feelings that we just don't get to share, you know? It's like intimate. Yeah. How do we get that across to people? You could be like, express your true self. Be intimate with us. Okay, that's kind of... I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. What? What is it? I forgot all my things in the classroom. I must have gotten too excited and rushed here. Silly me. Rushed? But weren't... Ah, never mind. Did you want to get your stuff then? I'll forget it if I don't. If I don't do it now. Ha. Well, I'll wait for you then. Okay. It'll only take a second. Sayori dashes out of the room, leaving Monica momentarily alone. Monica sighs, starts jotting her thoughts on a sheet of paper. Oh, nice! Are you going to try her out? Let me know how she is. Express yourself. Be who you want to be. Make new friends. I mean, Fruity, let's be real. You're clearly a much more multi-dimensional person than any character in this game is. Right now, we're just trying to, we're taking someone's essence and trying to fit them through a really narrow archetype. All right? And here's what we can say. Sayori is basically... If you're going to boil down Sayori into a character, her character is... She has basically two parts. Sayori has two parts. One is that she's depressed, but the other part is that she will kind of... She wants everyone to be at peace. She wants everyone to be happy. She will have moments of assertiveness, but kind of like when it's like martyr herself for everyone else's happiness. But she will sacrifice her own happiness for everyone else's happiness, right? That is Sayori. Natsuki's character is the most honest. Well, maybe honest isn't the right word. But she is the most straightforward character, right? She is a character that will say what is on her mind. And she has, she has a wall up, but she is, she's like defensive and things like that. Like there's aspects like that, but ultimately her character is a tsundere. Her character is hot and cold, but ultimately she's the most straightforward character in certain ways. Yuri is a weird one. Yuri is clearly like on one hand like shy and bookish and that stuff, which I think might be why a lot of people like her. I think a lot of people might like her because physically she's also pretty passive aggressive. And then Monica we don't really know. The side stories will help us learn Monica, because I find the game kind of sets up Monica as one character, and then at the end they're like, you didn't know Monica at all. This is what Monica really is. So a lot of this is subject to change. But if we're fitting someone into an archetype, like Fruity, you are clearly closest to Natsuki, because you're very assertive and very like say what's on your mind. Although sometimes, maybe you have a wall up sometimes, but that doesn't mean you are this. Like, there's obviously a lot of things of Natsuki that you aren't. And there's also a lot of things that you are that Natsuki isn't. But that's the closest. It's true. Yeah. I tried to delete the proof, but that proof will stay on the VOD. Now, CD is a hard one, because I feel like... Because I think Natsuki's the only like real assertive character. Yuri is really passive aggressive, and so that's a weird thing to, because there's no one on our server that's really like that, No one in our community that really has that passive aggression. So if we're saying someone's Yuri, we're drawing from other traits. So I don't know. Anyways. But also, Fruity, you are basically an anime character. You are the person in the community that is the most anime character of anyone. Like, there was one point in time that I was saying everyone was an archetype, right? And I said, like, Goats is like the childhood friend, or like the athletic girl or whatever in like an anime. I'm like, Fruity is the Sundari 100%. It's not a compliment or an insult. It's just a thought, you know? Okay, I'm gonna resume back into this. Discover a new you. Discover your heart. No. Write your heart out. No. Write into your heart. Write the way into your heart. Join the literature club. Write the way into your heart. Wow, that's lame. Monica! Ah. You startled me. Sorry. But it's something important. On the way to the classroom, there was a girl reading a book. Reading a book? Let's hurry and recruit her. Wait, are you sure she's not just doing homework? I could tell she was really into it. Well, I guess we could take a look. Monica grabs one of her flyers and stands up from the desk. Then the two depart from the classroom, with Sayori leading the way. Oh, is it with a lamp? Are you playing with a lamp? This way. You don't have to run. Sayori leads Monica over to a particular classroom, then lowers her voice to a whisper. See, in here. Monica peers through the window. Sure enough, there's a girl sitting alone, intently reading a book. I feel like a creep doing this. You should go inside and talk to her. Me? You're the president, and I would probably scare her away. Okay, fine, I'll do it. Monica takes a deep breath, then timidly enters the classroom. That was fast. Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed. Why? What happened? Well, I entered the classroom and she didn't even look up from her book. So I kind of just left the flyer on her desk and then walked out. Ha ha ha. That's kind of cute. But I'm sure she'll see it and want to join the club. I hope so. Shall we head back now? The two head back into the club room. Sayori feeling rather accomplished, and Monica still feeling a bit embarrassed by the encounter. What's the problem with the lamp? Is it like an incandescent lamp that gets really hot? Upon returning, Monica and Sayori resume their strategy meeting. They discuss various different kinds of recruitment tactics, from professional to silly. After going through Sayori's list, and with Monica coming up with ideas of her own, the two end up in a better spot than from where they began. Well, I would say today was pretty productive, wasn't it? Yeah, I think we're starting to make progress. I can't wait to get some new members. Hey, what's this? Sayori peeps at a sheet of paper Monica was jotting on earlier. Oh, don't mind that. I was just thinking to myself. Join the literature club. Write the way into your heart? That's so cute. Ah ha ha. I thought it was a little overdramatic, but Sayori pauses and thinks for a moment. You know, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. What? What do you mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like I can tell from talking to you today. It seems like you're always afraid of doing something wrong. Yeah, but would you call yourself a perfectionist? Yeah? Yeah, I definitely am. I mean, I always have an idea in my head how I want things to go. And it's like, I can't accept anything less than that. But I think in the end, it helps me try my hardest at everything. So I don't think that's bad. Okay, let's see. CD's overprotective. They unscrew and it goes off, and then the screws it back, and they might get shocked. Oh. What is the draw of that process? Okay. Is it like tap dancing over subway tracks? Okay. By the way, don't tap dance over subway tracks. Like with this club, we have such an opportunity to make it into exactly how we want to envision it. But it feels like we only have one shot at it. So, I'm just really afraid of it deviating from that. The vision. What's the vision? It's... Monica pauses to think, then shakes her head to herself. She sighs. I don't know. I just want everyone to... Monica trails off. Smiling, Sayori taps her finger against the sheet of paper. Right the way into your heart. I think that's what you're trying to do. Is to make the club that you need the most out of anyone. Well, you're the one who knows yourself best, of course, but I'm here to help you. Monica returns Sayori's smile. It's sort of amazing how kind you are. We're really going to make this the best club ever. Sayori nods, and the two remain silent, for a moment lost in thought. The only sound is the steady whisper of the air conditioner. Wait, what is going on? Nabuyup, diffin, f, you good. Bless you, Fruity. I'm I'm confused as to what happened to CD, and then CD's the one who asks if you good. I feel like we should be asking CD. CD, you okay? You okay there? The only movement is the afternoon sunlight, trickling its way in and out of the moving clouds. Sayori breaks the moment with a big yawn. Did you ever have a phase that you went through and now you really regret it? Oh, I mean, well, it depends. I have shit that I look back on and it was cringe as fuck. Like, there's shit that is so deeply embarrassing to think about in the past. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. There are stories I will literally never be able to tell on here because I'm so deeply uncomfortable with a show called Fairy Tale. Oh. Yeah, there are stories I have from when I was younger that I will never share on here because I'm still, like, half my life later, so deeply uncomfortable with those moments. That being said, do I regret it? Whatever. It's in the past. You know what I mean? Life goes on. Things are okay. It's not the biggest deal. I was cringe. You know what I mean? Like, I was also the least funny person in the world for a long period of my life. And I was, I was like really cringe at how uncomfortable, like how unfunny I was. I was in my class. I had a pretty rare name. It's not that rare anymore, but my name at the time was pretty rare when I was growing up. And yet there was another kid with that name in my class. So he was Curly, I was other Curly, and I was just fucking not funny. You know what I mean? And I just had to go through a lot of being cringe to kind of find my own. As, you know, do I want to rewrite the cringe? Well, nah, not really, because I had to go through that. Okay, back to the game. Oh wait, you can relate. I've heard of Fairy Tale. I've never seen it. That's all you talked about? I mean, but it's also in the past, right? I've always been curious about that show because something about it looks kind of fun. I've heard it's not that good, but something about it just seems like a fun romp. Time to go home? You tell me. You're the president. Ha. In that case, today's meeting is officially over. I look forward to tomorrow. Me too. Sayori beams and grabs her things. You can go on ahead. I need a few minutes still. Oh, I can wait. That's all right. I just want some alone time. In that case, Sayori waves enthusiastically at Monica. Good luck. Monica smiles and waves in return as Sayori spins her way out of the classroom. All alone, she sighs to herself and takes a minute to zone out. She wasn't prepared for the self-reflection encouraged by Sayori, but she decides it was something she probably needed right now. The club that I need the most? I don't get it. I just wanted to start a club with some passion. Something that I could use to lead people to happiness. Literature is the key to that. Because It's the window to the real person inside of us. Underneath the person who's forced to always smile and blend in. The person who's forced to be perfect. Monica suddenly notices a folder on the floor by her desk. Did Sayori leave this behind? I hope it doesn't have her homework in it. Worried, Monica opens the folder to check. Poems. It's a folder of poems. Become the flower. A feeling of joy is a flower plucked from the ground. The color, the scent, it's so pretty in my hair. Every day I pluck some flowers as they grew just for me. A lifetime of peace and nourishment. Yanked away in an instant. All for me, all for joy. I need more. I need more joy, I need more happy. Pluck, pluck, pluck every day. Pluck, 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 so pretty in my hair. Pluck, 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 you're going to die, and you too. Beneath my feet, a flower stands alone. It beckons to me. I twist the stem, freeing it from its clinging roots, caressing the final joyous moment between my fingers. But to what ends? I look in every direction. In the field I stand in, the prosperous field, is a barren wasteland. The fruits of my labor, the carnage of my joy. And that is why I've decided I must become the flower. What the? Wait. Sayori. Okay. So I think that this is worth us, potentially putting a warning on this video just in case. Just a little warning. Just in case. Because we don't know. We don't know what's going to be in this. So, watch at your own discretion. Here, we'll do that. We're going to go warning, watch at your own discretion. Done. Okay, just to be safe, you never know with this game. Okay. Oh, we have more mail and stuff. Okay, it's overhyped, but you don't know my taste. Honestly, with my taste, I like a pretty broad taste of things. Like, my favorite stuff is kind of like nuanced and emotional, but I honestly do like just some fucking turn your brain off romps that are dumb and are, cringy and whatever, but they're just like dumb romps that are fun, and that's all that matters, right? Like, no comment on the quality. You're just there to have some fun and just watch people do shit and adventure, yay. Like, I can enjoy some of that sometimes. I don't think we need everything to be a work of art. Okay, Trust Part 2. Another day passes in a flash, and it's already time for the next club meeting. We still have the sad music playing. Although Monica should have come up with a plan for today's club tasks, she hasn't been able to shake her guilt and anxiety after reading Sayori's poem. Don't do it, CD. Don't. It's not worth it. I'm so stupid. Why did I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori is going through these kind of feelings, and I'm letting her comfort me instead of the other way around. What kind of club president does that? I'm calling it. CD North is Monica. CD North, listen up. I'm so stupid. How did I let myself be the center of attention? Sayori is going through these kinds of feelings, and I'm letting her comfort me instead of the other way around. What kind of club president does that? This whole time, I didn't think to ask her about her own feelings. So much for the stupid vision. Sayori enters the club room with her usual smile, but upon seeing the downcast Monica, her smile quickly fades into an expression of concern. Monica? Is everything okay? I'm really sorry. I'm such a terrible friend. Huh? What are you talking about? You're an amazing friend. Monica shakes her head. I made this all about myself. Even you said so yesterday. You told me that I'm trying to make the club that I need the most, right? But my problems are so trivial compared to yours. Sayori responds quietly. What are you talking about? But as she says that, her face darkens. Through the silence, Sayori mutters her realization. I left my folder here. Monica stares blankly ahead, unable to come up with a response. I wasn't ready to share those. Now you're worrying about me. I don't want that. But why? We're friends, right? Wordlessly, Sayori nods. Friends look out for each other. I want to be here for you as much as you're here for me. I think CD North is both of these characters right now. Another long moment passes in silence. The air is incredibly heavy. This is different. It wasn't just about you yesterday. It was about the club. Besides, things were so happy yesterday. You don't need to do this all of a sudden. I don't want it. I like happy. So, if you do this, then you're just being selfish. Monica massages her forehead, struggling through the frustration of such a paradox. It's understandable that Sayori isn't ready to share certain things, but as unfair as it is for Monica to pry, it's also painful for Monica to force herself to ignore the needs of her friend. I'm sorry I looked. I disrespected your privacy. No, I don't blame you for looking. You would have at least needed to check if it was mine. Yeah. Monica takes a deep breath. Okay. I understand that you don't want me to worry. And I think I'll be able to put this aside so that we can move on. But can you promise me something? Promise you what? Monica pauses to collect her thoughts. This is the Literature Club. It's a place where people can express themselves in the ways that life normally doesn't allow them to. That's the vision. In fact, it's our vision. Write the way into your heart or whatever. So, I just want you to promise that you'll remember that too. It doesn't have to be right now, but I want to be here for you when you need it. I want us to be ourselves like that. Sayori smiles gently. I'll promise if you promise. Unable to help it, Monica returns Sayori's smile. I promise. Me too. As the conversation closes, the mood in the room is lifted. With that behind them, it's time to proceed with the club activities. So, want to teach me about poetry? Huh? But what about recruitment? It's fine, we have plenty of time for that. But right now, I feel like I want to do this. I mean, I do have to fulfill my end of the promise, you know? There's no way I could say no to that. Just don't expect much. I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. It's interesting, the fact that you have to play these side stories after you play the game is it's weird because if these side stories, if you played them before the actual game, the game would probably hit a lot harder. But the other way around, at least you get kind of a nice ending, even though this is a prequel. And yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, the reality is it's hard. It's sometimes hard to put yourself, like, boil yourself into a simple thing because you see the world from your perspective all the time. So it's a lot easier to, like, I think it can be hard to, like, stereotype yourself into a role. Like, when we were doing the thing where I was like, okay, Emily is the yandere, Fruity is the tsundere, CD North is the literature girl, Goats is the childhood best friend, Simon is the student council president, or the what's it called? The, like, truancy board or whatever, like like, I had all these different roles for people. Seba is the, like, I think I said Seba is the, hello, Fruity. I think I said Seba was the, like, anime rival who, like, has the arc and then comes back and is the friend. But I was like, I have no idea what the fuck I am. I don't know what character I am in that because it's hard to, like, pin yourself down to something. Okay, I do a lot of writing, but it's not like I'm a scholar or anything. That's fair. I think I just need, like, some motivation. I never know where to start when it comes to writing poems. Starting isn't so hard. You kind of just need to write down your feelings and see where it takes you. Yeah, but that wouldn't come out any good. It's not supposed to. You're gonna have to fight your perfectionist mind on this one. You can just start by writing your feelings and see what kind of things it makes you think of. And then, you can turn your feelings into a little story. You can get your feelings down first, and then make it sound pretty later. Hot tub stream has already happened, CD. It's not like building a railroad, where you go from one end to the other. It's more like a collage, where you find all the things you want to put in, and then you arrange them in a pretty way. At least, that's how I do it. It's not like it's the only way. But it's a really good way to not get stuck right at the beginning. I understand. Yeah, I always get so caught up in how it sounds that I forget about what's actually important. Monica pulls out a pen and paper to start writing on. Stop being a perfectionist, you idiot. Ahaha, I'm just kidding. Monica scribbles out "you idiot" after she writes it down. No, keep it up. What? Why? Are you calling me an idiot? Of course not. But the point is, you're not supposed to police your feelings, right? Be as dramatic as you want. Haha, but I was just... well, yeah. Underneath the scribble, Monica rewrites "you idiot." She stares at the paper. Her words stare back at her. It's kind of funny how I wrote down what I'm mad at myself for, and then I did the exact same thing anyways. This is really going to take some getting used to. I believe in you. What's the question? Thanks, I do too. Me, I mean. But also you, of course. Monica continues the exercise, jotting down her thoughts. CD? Do I need to teach you about the Gok 3000? It's surprisingly quite a struggle to write without overthinking it. But after a while, with Sayori's guidance and encouragement, Monica's sheet of paper begins to look fairly lively, peppered with all her random thoughts. Phew. Monica looks up and down at her sheet. Gosh, I feel so tense looking at this. I hate it. But it's also kind of liberating. I can tell how hard you're trying. It makes me happy. I think you'll be good at writing poems. Ahaha. Don't give me too much credit. I'd have to try really, really hard at it. But I think it's something that I'll enjoy doing. With you. Sayori beams. I'll stop here, but we still have time. Let's try to work on a new flyer for the club. I won't be so picky about the language. Yay, let's do it. CD, I have video evidence of you the other day saying you knew what that term meant when you said it. I have video evidence in the VOD of my Mass Effect Andromeda playthrough where you mention that that's what you meant all along. Yay, let's do it. Monica and Sayori proceed with their work. With each passing day, the two of them become more confident in the club. Not simply from their recruitment planning, but from their vision as well. As their bond strengthens, so does the essence of the literature club. And right now... oh god. Chat, why? I love you guys, but... oh. I see what you just said. Well, CD, here's the truth. You are cool, whether you try or not. You can't help but be cool. You can't help it. As their bond strengthens, so does the essence of the literature club. Finally, they begin to truly feel it's only a matter of time before they find more members. Another day passes. As usual, Monica is the first one in the club room. I don't know what you're talking about. What did I mean? Actually, don't answer. I don't want to know what you thought I meant. I don't want to know. With her is a printout of the revised Literature Club flyer, complete with all the new ideas Monica and Sayori came up with. If only this was the flyer we gave to that one reading girl the other day. It's so much more attractive than the old one, but a new catchphrase is featured clearly in the center of the flyer. Write the way into your heart. Surely, common sense would say that one writes from the heart, not into the heart. But the message being delivered is one we can use writing to discover themselves. Wow, I had trouble reading that line. You can tell CD in DM. I can't police you in DM, but I can police you in chat. But the message being delivered is that one can use writing to discover themselves. Hopefully, Monica and Sayori had thought that it would be enough to garner some curiosity from students. Why do I feel so tense looking at this? Monica thinks back to the previous meeting when she performed the writing exercise. Was I always this bad at expressing myself? How am I supposed to be the president if I can't even demonstrate what the club is supposed to be about? The literature club is truly beginning to take form. But with that, the weight on Monica's shoulders only becomes heavier. Debate club was always about rigid structure, formulating airtight points and counterpoints, and delivering them with conviction. It was about the person on the outside. That's why Monica was so good at it. It existed entirely within her realm of comfort. It's suffocating. I need to break through this mental wall. I need to learn to express myself for real. Monica pulls out a sheet of paper and grabs her pen. She presses the tip of the pen firmly against the paper. But her hand doesn't move. Instead, a tiny blot of ink collects around the tip of her pen. Monica lifts her pen and stares at the little blotch. For some reason, she feels compelled to run her finger across it. Thank you, Fruity, I appreciate it. As she does so, the black ink smears across the paper, ruining Monica's canvas. Ugh. Out of spite for herself, Monica presses her pen down once again, letting the ink collect. She creates a second smear on the paper. Come on, Monica. Just move your hand. Monica writes. This is what I get for seeking perfection. A stain. Some flash fiction. Monica slides the paper away from her and puts her head down on the desk. Okay, so I'm guessing Yuri joins first. The air conditioner seems louder today. I'm here. Hi. Monica hears Sayori approach the desk, then stops for a second, probably reading the piece of paper. It's not Sayori. Then she sits down in the adjacent desk. Bad day? Mm-hmm. Me too. Dang it, I'm wrong. You too? The new flyer looks so good. Dang it, my prediction was wrong. You've been working so hard. On the club, but also something else, I think. I can't do it. I'm sorry. It's so hard to just be vulnerable. Sayori takes a sheet of paper from Monica's desk. She writes something down, then stares at it for a while. Can I trust you? Of course. You can trust me with anything. Sayori gazes at Monica with sadness in her eyes. Understanding the signal, Monica takes the piece of paper from Sayori's desk and reads it. Sometimes I want to die. Sayori. This is really, really hard for me. Her voice shakes. So if I can do it, then you can too. Because you're like a million times better than me. That's completely not true. Sayori takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself. Oof. That's something about me that I've never told anyone before. Even now, my head is like screaming at me to stop. Wait, you don't have to force yourself. I mean, just because of the promise yesterday, I want to. It just feels right. I mean, maybe it's part of the reason I came to this club in the first place. This is the literature club. I trust you, more than I'm scared. At those words, Monica stands up. Sayori must have taken days to work up the courage for this. Were Monica's own futile but genuine efforts actually the push that Sayori needed? Sayori's deliberate breaths can be heard over the air conditioner. As she prepares herself to continue, Monica waits in gentle silence. I have this problem where I get really upset when people worry too much about me. I can't control it. It's like, why waste your energy worrying about me when you can just be happy instead? So I never tell anyone about these kinds of thoughts I have. It's so much easier to just smile and help everyone else be happy. But that's terrible. That's what Monica wants to say, but she stops herself in fear of saying the wrong thing. It's just that if everyone knew about it, they wouldn't treat me the same anymore. Like, whenever I'm not smiling, everyone would worry about me and ask me what's wrong. I know that because it used to be like that. Sayori pauses, seeming to recall something in the past. I just want everyone to be happy. That's the most important thing to me. And letting people look inside my head doesn't bring happiness to anyone. Sayori pauses again, her solemn expression making her look almost like an entirely different person. How did you find the courage to tell me this? You're not worried that I'll be one of those people too? I am worried. Part of me really hates myself for doing this. Another part of me, I think, just felt like it would be different this time. Whenever we talk about what the club is supposed to mean, I kept feeling like it was right for me to do. Especially after you've been trying so hard to express yourself, too. It just made me feel like I could say it in confidence, and our friendship doesn't have to change. Aha. It's so silly. The club is only 2 people, but it already means this much to me. Monica feels a tightening sensation in her chest. A feeling of connection as Sayori's emotions radiate between them. Me too. I was so lost until you showed up. You're so brave, Sayori. You're so strong and brave, I don't even compare. Monica steps forward. But if nothing else, I could at least offer you some hug energy, if you'd like. Aww. Wordlessly and without a smile, Sayori rests her forehead on Monica's shoulder. Through their contact, Monica can almost feel the torrent of thoughts swimming in Sayori's head. And in that moment, enchanted by the air of the club, Monica realizes that of all the days that have passed, this is the one where she really, really hopes that no one new walks in the door. She speaks softly. You're like the sweetest girl I've ever met. You can say anything. I'll never judge you. I promise. Sayori's breaths begin to quiver. She takes several deep breaths, trying as hard as she can to start speaking, to say the things she never once dared to say out loud. Finally, she speaks again in a choked voice. I'm so worthless. I'm worthless and everyone would be better off without me. She suppresses a sob as a tear falls down her cheek. I'm just an inconvenience to everyone. I'm not good at anything, and it just feels like everyone just has to put up with me, and I hate it. I hate it. The more Sayori speaks, the more she fails to control her voice, falling victim to the overwhelming sadness clutching at her throat and chest. I don't want to have these thoughts. I don't want them to go away. I want them to go away. And now I'm making you put up with me, and I just want to die. As soon as Sayori loses her composure, Monica becomes determined to keep her own. She only wants to be what Sayori needs right now. So she won't let any sadness show. Her voice comes through as soft and gentle. This isn't putting up with you. This is just being your friend. Monica offers a few words of comfort, but she knows Sayori said it herself, that the thoughts Sayori experiences are ones that don't belong, and Monica can't magically make them go away. The most you can do is help Sayori battle them, like any good friend would do. You have so much value. To me, and your other friends too. This club wouldn't be the same without you. I really, really mean that. You coming here was the best thing that could have happened. Even if we never got any other members, I would still be happy. Yeah, it's a tough thing. You have to. The problem with this game is there's a tough line where the warning undermines the surprise of the game itself. So what we need to do is here's what we'll do. One second. There we'll go. I don't know how to phrase this. Yep. Like, at a certain point, we have to boop, boop, There we go. Done. Okay. Yeah, there's a line there that I think signal that there's stuff that people might not want to, but you have no reason to say sorry. Give people the tools to make the decision for themselves without undermining the game itself. It's a weird line. Because, like, for me, I'm going to be fine with anything. But yeah, this is really interesting. I think this is... I feel like this is better written as an emotional narrative than the base story. But it's also going for a completely different thing. Okay, where were we? You coming here was the best thing that could have happened. Even if we never got any other members, I would still be happy. That's what you brought here. You brought us a vision, and you also brought us happiness. And that's your favorite thing to do, right? Sayori doesn't respond, but Monica feels her gently nod. No more words are needed between them. The two share their embrace for a while longer, Monica letting Sayori take as much time as she needs. Once her breathing steadies and her sniffles fully cease, Sayori lifts her head and wipes her eyes. I guess I needed that. Some days are harder than others. Well, I'm here whenever you need me. But any other time, I'll make sure that things are the way they usually are. If that's what makes you happy. Thanks. You're the best. No, you are. The two exchange smiles. You know, I'm sorry to bring this up all of a sudden, but have you considered talking to a professional? Sayori nods. It's scary. Since it's already so hard to tell people. Yeah. Well, of course. It will always be your choice, but if you're ever going to find the courage for it, I'll do my best to help you. Thanks. I think it helps knowing that you would. Sayori suddenly yawns and stretches. Wow, that made me tired. And hungry. Ahaha. Well, I won't make you do any work today. You're not up for it. No, I want to. I mean, I can say that it's definitely one thing that makes me happy. Monica smiles. But I might want to get a snack first. All of a sudden, the sound of the door causes the two of them to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. Yuri! A face that seems familiar. Okay. Next part of the side story. Understanding. Looks like each of these is around half an hour-ish long. The club meeting is suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door, causing Monica and Sayori to turn their heads. The door opens halfway, then stops. A face peeks inside. A face that seems familiar. Sayori's eyes widen, recognizing the girl. I'm pretty sure every character is going to be much more likable in these side stories. She very conspicuously mouths to Monica. It's her! It's the girl! It's true. The girl standing in the doorway is none other than the girl Sayori had come across, reading alone in the classroom. Thanks to Monica leaving a flyer on her desk, it seems she's found her way to the club. Are you here for the literature club by any chance? Am I in the wrong place? No, you're not. This is the literature club. Please, come inside. The girl fully steps in the door, but continues standing against the wall, avoiding eye contact. Sayori continues to fail, containing her excitement. It's happening, oh my gosh! Thank you so much for coming. Sorry it's a little empty. I'm Monica, and this is Sayori, and we run the literature club, even though it's just us so far, but... What's your name, by the way? I'd like to join your club. Already? Wait, really? Are you sure? I mean, I should be good enough. Ahaha. Everyone is welcome here. You don't have to be good enough. Oh. Do you want to have a seat? We'd love to get to know you. The girl nods, sliding over to a nearby desk and gently sitting down. So, what's your name? Yuri. I'm Sayori, and this is Monica. Sayori, Nice to meet you. Do you like fantasy? Like books? Yuri looks at Monica. Fantasy's cool. Yes, have you heard of Annabelle DuPont? I can't say I have. Oh, well, she's my favorite author. I'm on her 5th book, and it's just... Yuri grins and presses her knuckles against her chest in joy. Looks like one of the girl dress-up games. There's, I can't remember her name. But there's a Twitch streamer. Oh, God. You know what? I can actually find this right now, probably. Let me find the streamer's name. There's a Twitch streamer named Kara Corvus. And in VR chat, she plays as Monica. Basically, just role plays as Monica. I don't know if she still does this. This was a couple years ago that I saw this. You can borrow my books. I wouldn't mind. You're really in for an incredible experience. Monica stammers, caught completely off guard by Yuri taking control of the conversation. She glances sideways at Sayori, silently asking for help. I'd love to. It sounds like you're really into them, so they must be great. So happy I found this club. Oh, I'm so stupid. I left all my other books in my locker. I should have brought them. Yuri quickly stands up. I'll be right back. I'll go get them for you. Ah, you probably only need to bring one for now. Sayori nervously says that, noting to herself the considerable heftiness of the book that Yuri set down on her desk. True, okay, I'll go get the first one then. Yuri exits the club room in a flash, leaving Monica and Sayori silently exchanging glances. Oh my god, I wasn't prepared for this. How do I handle someone so intense? I have, no experience with fantasy, except maybe the stuff that I read when I was a kid. So that's probably a joke compared to what she's into. I'm sure it'll be fine. In fact, I think it's neat that we have different people who are into different kinds of literature. It'll be fun to learn from each other. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, but what if this is her only interest? Doesn't it kind of seem like that? Monica, don't you think you should be more optimistic? We have a new club member. There shouldn't be room for anything but being happy. I'm excited to get to know her more, aren't you? Yeah, I guess you're right. Sorry for being so hasty. I just got really anxious all of a sudden. It's because you're afraid of not being able to take the lead. Ahaha. What the heck? It's kind of scary how you can point out things like that, Sayori. I just like learning what makes people happy or sad. Yeah. Hey, you know what? You'd probably be great at helping Yuri feel comfortable here. Maybe you could take a break from helping me with the administrative stuff and just focus on spending time with her. Hey, that's exactly what I want to do. Besides, Sayori lowers her voice. I'm probably going to need all the time I can get. She taps her finger against the dauntingly chunky book Yuri left sitting on the desk. Right afterwards, the door opens to reveal Yuri's return. I'm back. Her breath is slightly heavy, which, combined with her short time gone, indicates she may have ran at least part of the way. She makes her way back, over to Sayori, and sets the book down on her desk. Just as Sayori feared, the book Yuri brought for her is just about equal in size to the one that's already on Yuri's desk. Well, there are probably a few things you should know before getting started on it. There are some things that are more explained in books that take place in the same universe. So, going over those would be good to keep you from getting confused at the start. Sayori nervously interjects. Well, I was thinking that maybe today we could just get to know each other a little bit more. You know, I think if we're going to be reading together, then I would like that. From across the room, Monica smiles and nods at Sayori when Yuri isn't looking. Oh, okay. Yuri sits down and looks at her book, then glances around the room, showing no indication that she has anything more to add. So, what made you decide to join the club? Well, I like reading, so I was immediately interested. I had no idea that someone was starting a literature club, but that's my fault since I haven't been paying attention to any of the club recruitment advertisements. I only found out because Yuri glances over at Monica. Monica came into my classroom and put the flyer on my desk. Suddenly, Yuri's face darkens, and she shakes her head at herself. I was so stupid. I got too nervous that I couldn't even look up, so she just walked out. It took me several days just to come here because I was afraid that Monica told everyone how inconsiderate I was. But I decided that was probably irrational. That is too real of a thing. I think like 90% of the time there's an awkward interaction. I feel like both people are like, oh God, I'm so awkward. I made everything awkward. Like both people are just like, because everyone on some level is very them-centric, right? We all view the world from our own perspective. And so it's really natural to see things through our own eyes. So every interaction is always like, how did I mess this up? Wait, no, that was totally my fault. I felt so bad about interrupting you that I just like walked out. I was actually really hoping that you would come by. Yuri exhales in relief. I always seem to interpret things as the worst possible scenario. Well, I was really nervous to come here for some other reasons too. Such as there being too many people. I mean, there's also the flip side where people will always blame other people no matter what they do. Not that I mind that much, but I have a really hard time having to meet a large number of new people at once. So it's actually amazing that it's just the two of you. I definitely came at the right time. Aw, that makes me happy. I'm proud of you for working up the courage to come. Yuri smiles warmly to herself. I never really had the privilege of sharing my interests with others before. It's so hard to find others who are into the same things that I am, except online. So I thought the literature club would provide a chance for me to do that. What kinds of other things are you into? Like genres? I don't know, just anything. Even if it's not literature. Just things that you would think are dumb. Like knives? Sayori pauses, a look of concern on her face. How about I tell you about something I'm into, and then you can tell me about something you're into. I suppose that would be okay. Okay. Well, I'm pretty into like crafty things, like making cute little collages or decorating things, like cards or jewelry boxes. My room's always cluttered with random stuff because I keep buying things to make gifts for my friends. And then I put it off till the last minute. So yeah, that's something kind of silly that I'm into. You sound quite creative. Not that much. It's just that you'd be really surprised by how much you can do with scissors and glue and stuff. So I have to share something that I'm into now, right? Sayori nods. Well, I guess I'm into nature. I love nature. Monica, I'm going to start a nature club. No, you're not. You're stuck here with me now. Am not. Oh yeah? Well, I hereby appoint you as the vice president of the literature club. There, now you're stuck with me. Hey, don't give me responsibilities. Oh, I'm sorry. Yuri, I interrupted you. Go ahead. It's fine. Yuri pauses, feeling awkward after getting cut off. I like going out into the woods or to the park. Just places where you can walk or sit and not have people around. It's peaceful. It's just nice to kind of remove myself from everything that matters and let my racing mind operate autonomously for a while. When do you like to do that? It just depends on my mood. After school, on the weekends, whenever I feel like I need it. Wow, I feel like I would never have the time to do something like that. I find that we have a lot more time than we think we do, if you don't just let it slip through your fingers. The three continue their conversation, led primarily by Sayori, but with Monica chiming in every now and then as well. Monica had intended to leave it to Sayori and focus on her own work, but she found it difficult not to join in. Before they knew it, the end of the day was upon them once more. Oh, it looks like we should be wrapping up for today. So, are you two going to be starting on that book, the next club meeting? That's the plan. I'm so excited. Sayori beams. Yuri collects her things. Once packed, Yuri wordlessly waves to Sayori and Monica with a gentle smile. Bye! As Yuri exits, Sayori enthusiastically returns the farewell. Once again, Sayori and Monica are left in the clubroom. Sayori, you're a lifesaver. I didn't do anything, I just talked. Still. Besides, it really lifted my mood. It feels really nice when I can put my energy towards other people like that. She was really excited to be included, you know? It made me happy. Well, there's no doubt in my mind that she'll have a great time here with you engaging her. How are you feeling about starting the book with her next meeting? I'm kind of scared, but I think she'll be happy as long as I'm trying my best. I think you'll do great. After the surprise of the new club member, it seems like everyone has their spirits lifted with something new to look forward to. Another school day ends. Swallowing her anxiety, Yuri makes her way to the clubroom, expecting to be the last one to arrive. As she opens the door, she's surprised to find only Sayori in the clubroom. It's club time again. Monica went to the computer lab, so it's just us today. Is that okay? Yuri silently nods, unable to make eye contact. I'm sorry about yesterday. Huh? Sayori tilts her head, unsure of exactly what Yuri is talking about. Well, I mean, the way I got overly excited to share my books, and how you had to stop me so we could talk first. It was so inconsiderate of me. I got too excited and forgot to think about everyone else in the club, so... Ahaha. Yuri, you didn't do anything wrong. I thought it was cute how excited you were. Well, still, I think I changed my mind about the book. You don't have to read it. Oh, why? Because I know that you were just humoring me anyway. In retrospect, it's rather obvious that nobody was truly interested. But if you like it so much, then it must be worth sharing. I've already decided I'll join the club, so you don't have to try so hard to entice me. That's not what I was doing. A moment of uncomfortable silence stretches between the two of them. Well, the thing is, we don't even have any club activities yet. I mean, Monica and I have just been working on the recruitment stuff mostly, so it just sounded like something fun that we could do together, reading your books. You know, like a club activity. That would be okay, right? Why am I being so resistant to this anyways? It's exactly what I wanted in the first place, and you're being so nice about it. I really don't know what's wrong with me. I'm sorry for being like this. You don't have to apologize. Just tell me if there's anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable here. Sayori pulls her desk against Yuri's and sits next to her. The book in question is already on Yuri's desk. Peering over, Sayori reads the cover of the book. Duskbell. Part 1 of the Everlast Saga. Ahaha. Wait, ahaha? It's Duskbell by Annabelle. Sorry, I'm ready now. Is Duskbell Twilight? Oh, 1 second. Okay. Oh, right. I should probably get some paper. Yuri grabs a spiral notebook of hers and tears out a few sheets of paper. Wait, how come you need paper? Oh, it's useful to draw things out sometimes, like maps, timelines, family trees, or just taking notes. Notes? Yes, that's an effective strategy. Exactly. I'm sure it will be especially helpful for someone new to the genre. Sayori's joke flew completely over Yuri's head. But thinking about it, she decides that it's probably for the best that it did. Well, I'm not used to having company through this, so I'll try my best to make it as accessible as possible. I trust you. You're like super smart. Oh, please. Yuri tries to dismiss the compliment, but she can't hide her smile and light blush. I hope you enjoy it, CD. I hope you enjoy it. You can't generalize intelligence. I'm only smart in the things I have a lot of experience with. Contrarily, I'm awful at things involving real people. That should be evident enough from the 2 days I've spent here so far. So in my eyes, it's everyone else who comes off as smart, especially you. No! Sayori rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. You're such a sweetheart when you're not being shy. Anyway, would you like to get started? Okay, take care, Fruity. Okay. After the minor diversion between them, the two get back on track with their planned club activity. Yuri begins to guide Sayori through the basics of the fantasy world her story takes place in. The more of it she details, the races, factions, histories, elements of magic, the more questions Sayori seems to have. But despite Sayori's expectations, Yuri eloquently guides her through in a way that is such fun to follow. It's become evident that the world-building aspect of the story, not just the story itself, is one that Yuri finds her passion leaning towards. How do people come up with this stuff? It's like the exact opposite of the kind of writing I do. What kind of writing? Oh, like poetry and stuff like that. The things I write about are just putting down the feelings that come into my head, you know? But this is like, there must be so much planning and hard work. Oh, you're into poetry. I think there's an appendix here that includes some of the kingdom's written works, like poetry and folk songs. No way. Aha ha. Yuri giggles, filling Sayori's heart with happiness when she realizes it's the first time she's heard Yuri laugh. And Yuri laughs exactly like every other character in this. It means Yuri must be having fun. Anyway, I think we can get started reading now if you're ready. Okay, but I can't read very fast. Oh, that's fine. I'm very patient. Patience is something I pride myself in. I see. Sayori jots, Yuri is patient, into her notes. Hey, that's for the book. Aha ha. I'm just kidding. But I'm kind of glad you're patient because I need that sometimes. A lot of times. Sayori flips through the first few pages of the book, getting past the table of contents. Okay, chapter 1. The room becomes silent as the two of them begin to read. But the silence only lasts for a moment before Sayori speaks up again. What does vindicated mean? Well, in this context, it essentially means that he was proven innocent. It's okay to ask questions, right? Of course. Sayori turns the page. Are these footnotes? A lot of the dialogue has cultural references that require explanation to be understood. The two continue reading. Yuri's relaxed expression remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Sayori's expression grows tense as she tries to make her way through the dense text. Up until now, their expressions have been reversed, with Sayori easily navigating social situations and Yuri struggling in them. But the tables have turned. Wait, are they talking about the past right now or the present? Where? Right here. They're talking about the past. These paragraphs are describing a flashback that Barnes is having. But they didn't tell me that. It's implied from the context. Sayori rubs her temples. The two of them continue, with Sayori asking fewer questions. She's beginning to understand the value in the notes, and she's finding herself referring to them somewhat often, and even adding to them. But her reduction in questions comes not from her getting used to the reading, but rather from her fearing that she'll come across as stupid. At last, Sayori reaches the end of the chapter. I think we can stop here for now. Okay. Sayori takes in a deep breath and closes what little of the book she's gotten through so far. What are your thoughts up to this point? Sayori tries to find words. Am I doing well so far? Huh? I'm not sure I understand. Well, I don't know. When it takes me so long to read and understand things, it makes me feel really dumb. Aha ha. But I really like how into it you get. It makes me want to keep going and keep doing my best so I can see the way it the way that you do. The relaxation in Yuri's expression fades. I see. Yuri quietly gathers her things. We can continue tomorrow, right? Yuri pauses, then shakes her head. We can do something else tomorrow. But I'm sorry. Wait, sorry for what? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I don't want to do this anymore, that's all. I'm sorry that I made you. Yuri leaves. You weren't making me. Sayori is left alone with her words. How did this happen? We were having fun just a second ago. It's my fault. I said something stupid and hurt her. I should have just told her that I enjoyed it. Monica trusted me with this. It's the only thing I'm good at, and I still messed it up. What if she doesn't want to come back? Drowned in guilt, Sayori stares blankly at her desk, spread with notes. The book sits next to them. Right. If she wasn't coming back, then she wouldn't have left the book here, right? Unless she just forgot to take it with her. Ugh, this is horrible. Was it really because she thought I wasn't enjoying our time together? Or maybe she wasn't enjoying our time together because I'm not good enough. I probably let her down by having too much trouble following along. Yeah. I'm sure if I was smarter, she would be having much more fun. So I need to do better for her. Okay. Understanding part 2. For the first time, Sayori is the first to enter the clubroom. Anxiety courses through her relentlessly. Will Yuri show up today? Sitting at a desk, she stamps her feet in an attempt to calm down. Why am I letting this affect me so much? I'm doing everything I can to make Yuri happy, but my best wasn't good enough. But it was still my best. But I'm letting everyone down. I'm always just a disappointment. Sayori continues to wrestle with her self-deprecating thoughts. Every tiny noise causes her to lift her head in anticipation of Yuri's arrival. Minutes pass, and nobody enters the clubroom. Not Yuri or Monica. Gosh, I'm so late. Why did I offer to help those other students with their work? I'm such a pushover sometimes. It's gonna leave such a bad impression on the new club members, like Yuri, if I'm not the first one there. Monica rounds the corner, approaching the clubroom. As she does so, Yuri? Ah. Yuri jumps at the sound of Monica's voice. She's sitting outside the clubroom against the wall next to the door. Embarrassed, she quickly closes the book she was reading and stands up. Oh gosh, I'm sorry I'm late. You didn't have to wait outside for me. The door to the clubroom is open. It's not... Yuri stammers, unable to explain herself. She peers into the clubroom through the window, then looks away. Actually, I was wondering if I could help you today instead. Me? With club publicity stuff? Yes. Monica is utterly confused. Why is Yuri asking this all of a sudden, when she was so eager to spend time with Sayori before? Did they not get along after all? Monica looks into the clubroom to see Sayori sitting alone inside. Okay. It's kind of a simple job, and I'd be happy for you to tag along. Me too. Monica is worried, but she finds it difficult to insert herself into whatever conflict that may have arisen. It's a little ironic, she realizes, that she could be so conflict avoidant after having been in the debate club. Okay, let's take a walk together. I just have to make copies of this new flyer, then go around to the billboards and replace the old ones with new ones. Yuri nods and the two set off. The two walk in silence. Without Sayori, Monica finds it quite difficult to strike up conversation. So, how's everything been going? Fine. That's good. Neither of them follow up with anything more. Monica tenses up at the stinted conversation. How the heck does Sayori do it? Sorry I didn't see you yesterday. I went straight to the computer lab to work on the flyers. Sayori told me. What did you two end up doing yesterday? Just some reading. Oh, I'm glad. It's really starting to feel more like a literature club now. Yeah. It's kind of funny. I felt so intimidated at first when I heard about the kind of reading you were into. But you know, it's kind of stupid of me because I'm just intimidated by things I'm not good at. And it's silly to assume that everyone who comes into the club will just have the same interests as me. But it's so cool that you were able to get Sayori into it. It's like the club is working. I'm really happy about that. She's not into it. Huh? She's not into it, and I'm stupid for forcing it onto her. Yuri falls silent again. It's as if she started her thought, but can't figure out how to continue it. Did something happen? Yuri sighs. No, it's just me. Yuri pauses. I'm thinking. A moment passes in silence, then Yuri shakes her head. I shouldn't be complaining to you all of a sudden. Don't be silly. I won't think you're complaining. I just want to make sure you feel welcome. If it's important to that, then you can tell me anything. Well, I do feel welcome. Too welcome, I guess. It's not an issue with the club, it's just an issue with me. So I feel wrong to inconvenience you with it. Ah. Monica pauses and thinks. Well, what if we put it this way? It's my job as president to understand the needs of the club members, right? We're going to have all kinds of people joining this club, hopefully, anyway. And learning about the diverse needs and interests of everyone will help me come up with club activities that everyone can be happy with. Not just only some people? Of course. I need to be looking out for everyone, otherwise what kind of club would it be? I see. Yuri looks a little more relaxed. It signals to Monica that switching from a sympathetic approach to a pragmatic one was a good choice. Each individual truly does have their own needs. Okay. Yuri takes a deep breath. I am a really weird and awkward person. I've accepted that about myself. I just don't know how to, connect with other people. How is it so easy for everyone else? How do you just make conversation about any arbitrary topic? I can talk for hours about the things I'm into, and unfortunately, so much that I don't know when to stop. But for anything else, I just have no idea what to say. So, I understand that about myself. I'm just not good with people. I can't help it. So, it feels like whenever I'm confronted with a new social situation, I'm either ignored or made fun of or taken pity on. And Sayori falls into the third category. She what? Hold on, you're saying Sayori is taking pity on you? Yuri nods. I just want to be treated like a normal person. If you don't like me, or you don't connect with my interests, just tell me. I can accept that and move on. Sayori is too nice to me. I'm so stupid for not realizing that she would just go along with whatever I pushed onto her. Nobody deserves to put themselves through that kind of discomfort just because they pity some weirdo who doesn't know how to make friends. It's the worst feeling. I hate it. Yuri's sharp words cut through the tense air. Somewhere in the middle of the conversation, the two stop short in the hallway, prioritizing the conversation over their original task. Monica looks at Yuri. Yuri only looks down, with her fists clenched. I think you should tell her that. I could never say that to someone's face. It's pathetic. Sayori is different. Making people happy is the most important thing to her. I'm sure that's all she's trying to do. So, if you're able to explain to her what makes you happy, then she'll do anything to make it happen. That's the problem. What kind of friendship has one person always trying to cater to the other person's weird needs? I'm sorry. I'm making myself sound so... No, I think I'm starting to understand. Monica hesitates to finish her thought out loud. It's something that Sayori would be able to say better. Sayori is someone who will give anyone however much kindness they need in order to smile. But Yuri, who has difficulty accepting kindness, must be driving Sayori to be even more assertive in her kindness, further exacerbating the matter. Neither person is to blame, but it's an issue that can't be resolved without them understanding each other better. Sayori wants to be your friend, I promise that. It's okay for different people to have different needs. I mean, Sayori has her own needs too. But good friends work together and can be what they need for each other. You just have to have good communication and talk about it. I don't have good communication. Yuri stops and shakes her head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. My head is it's so resistant to everything. I'm pushing such a kind person away from me because of it. Yuri pauses to think. I'm so tired of this cycle I'm creating for myself. I think I'm just afraid of people pushing me away, that I just push them away first. How thoughtless and immature of me. Yuri takes a deep breath and exhales. I didn't mean for this to turn into a whole venting session, but I understand now that I just need to communicate with her. Aha. You're totally fine. It's for the club, remember? You're just happy to make the club a better place for everyone. Yeah. Yuri falls silent again. She looks like she wants to say something. This kind of critical thinking is something that I'm really bad at. You know, about people. So, thank you. Anytime. Monica smiles at Yuri. For just a moment, Yuri finds it in herself to meet Monica's gaze, returning a shy smile of her own. Yuri and Monica finish replacing the old flyers with the new ones. More accurately, Monica mostly did the work while Yuri followed along. But as the clubroom once again draws near, so does Yuri's confrontation. I can't do this. Yes, you can. It'll be great. Yuri sighs and shakes her head. I'm never going to feel confident enough. I just have to do it. If I don't do it now, I never will. Yuri starts towards the door, but then turns to face Monica. You're not just going to wait outside, are you? I can take a walk. Want me to get you a coffee or something? Actually, I prefer tea. I like to make my own though, so please don't worry about it. Although, I suppose that's one downside of reading here in the club rather than at home. I guess I don't get to drink tea while reading. Thanks for the lurk, CD. Enjoy your McDonald's. Sorry, I guess that has nothing to do with this. You know, now that you mention it, I bet you could get permission to keep stuff for tea in the clubroom. You can use like an electric kettle to heat up water, right? Would that really be possible? I'll look into it. I think that would be great. Yuri smiles and nods at the thought. Well, I'll be back in a bit. Good luck. Monica waves at Yuri, then turns around and departs down the hallway as Yuri's smile fades once more. A moment of daydreaming about tea isn't enough to save her from the anxiety of the task that lies before her. It must be done. Taking one more deep breath, Yuri timidly opens the clubroom door. Yuri, wait, hold on, I'm not done yet. Sayori shuffles a bunch of papers around. Yuri stammers, her words suddenly caught in her throat. That moment, she realized how Sayori has been spending her afternoon. I wasn't expecting you to come today. I was really hoping to make it all the way through the next chapter first. But I got most of the way through it. And look, Sayori holds up a sheet of paper. A page of notes, beautifully produced with indentations, categories, and even color coding. As Yuri sees it, her expression shifts from anxiety to despair. I was afraid you were getting disappointed in me, but I've been trying really hard. Stop. Yuri presses her fists against her forehead. Please stop. I can't take this. Yuri? Sayori's voice quivers in shock after having received the exact opposite response she was expecting. I'm sorry. Sayori looks away in guilt. Did I do something wrong? I don't understand. So if I did anything wrong, please tell me. Yuri shakes her head. No, it's me. I keep putting myself in these situations where people are afraid to treat me normally. If you don't like this kind of reading, it's okay. Please, just tell me. I don't need to be treated differently just because I'm weird. But I don't treat you differently. I just want my friends to be happy. So I thought if we did something together that you really like, I don't want your pity. Why did I do that? Yuri sinks to her knees, her voice squeaks. I'm sorry. Tears of guilt and self-loathing begin to stream down her face. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Why is it so hard just to articulate your thoughts? Why do you end up pushing everyone away from you? Yuri's mind pounds with internal accusations as she shuts her eyes, unable to face Sayori or the rest of the world. She should leave. Just escape from here. Before Monica sees her like this. Before Sayori tells Monica what she did. But before Yuri can put any strength into her legs, she feels a warm pair of arms gently wrap around her from behind. It's okay. Sayori whispers in a soothing voice. It's okay. It's okay. Overcome by despair, Yuri finds herself unable to protest or pull away from Sayori's kind gesture. Yuri sniffles, breathing heavily through clenched throat, trying with all her willpower to control herself. I understand. I understand that the things you're feeling in your head are different from the things you're trying to say. I know that must be what you're feeling right now. I promise I understand that. So I'll give you as much time as you need. When you're ready, just tell me your feelings, and we'll talk about them together, okay? Yuri sniffles again and nods her head. She gives herself a minute to compose her thoughts, then speaks while steadying her voice. I think that I've gotten so used to people being weirded out by me that it feels like anyone who's nice to me is just doing it out of pity. I'm so horrible with people. So, makes me not want to believe that someone can actually like me for who I am. Yuri pauses, but Sayori doesn't interrupt. Rather, she waits for Yuri to continue. I got so excited when I joined the literature club. I thought that it was finally my chance to make friends through my interests. Because my interests are the only thing I know how to talk about. It's all I have going for me. But then, whenever I catch myself getting overly obsessive in front of other people, it feels like I'm making a fool of myself. I hate myself for it. Ultimately, I just want to be treated like a normal person. But how am I supposed to expect that when I can't behave like one? I want to learn how to get along with people and stop ruining things for myself. That's all. Yuri finishes her thoughts, feeling more steady after having gotten them out. Sayori, who can feel Yuri's breath rise and fall from beneath her arms, realizes that as well. Thank you for helping me understand you a little bit better. You know, you were so great at helping me while we were reading. So I'll help you with the things that you need too. But I feel like it would just be frustrating for you, with how much patience I require sometimes. That sounds kind of familiar. I couldn't stop worrying about that while we were reading. I was so afraid you would get frustrated with me. But I would never do that. I did my best to reassure you by mentioning how I have a lot of patience. Yeah, I know, but my irrational fears just won't be quiet sometimes. I'm sure it's the same for you, right? Yeah. Irrational fears. Well, you know, there's no way that you could frustrate me because I already like you as the person you are. I know you said that you have a hard time believing that, but I promise it's the truth. You don't have to be a social person for me to like you. I think you're really considerate in your own way, you know? Worrying so much about other people's feelings. Hello, bombshell boy! We're all kind of weird. It's a literature club. Ha. But it's the best part that we're all different. We have different interests. Like, about the book. The shirt looks like a fish. Yes. Yeah, so we're doing the side stories today. And the side stories are very different because they seem less horror. These are prequels. They seem much less horror and they seem more about like genuine, you know, feelings and self-consciousness and inner thought and, you know, self-destruction and anxiety and depression and all that stuff. So this feels like it's going to be much less horror and much more like, you know, working through negative self-talk and all that stuff. So a very, very different vibe for today, for sure. I'm reading it because I want to. I promise. That's what I really want. It's a bit of a struggle, but try not to mistake that for me not enjoying it. I mean, we could never discover new things if we didn't try them first, right? I want to learn the reasons that you love it so much. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. And in the end, if it's not for me, then I can say that. But I'll be glad that I tried it and learned more about you. Plus, you're like super duper smart. And I want that to rub off on me. Ahaha. Yuri fights back a smile at that comment. Already, the heavy atmosphere surrounding her seems to have evaporated through the caress of Sayori's arms. Your hair is so pretty. I always wanted long hair, but I was awful at taking care of it, so I cut it off. Yuri's tension relaxes. For once, she feels okay just listening, rather than worrying so much about saying the right thing. Sayori, sensing Yuri's comfort, lets her rest. Must be so difficult for her to feel so relaxed around other people. But if the literature club can make it happen, then it's something that she deserves to experience. Well then, based on my understanding of your feelings, I suppose I wouldn't mind it if we were to continue reading. Heh. That's what I wanted to hear. But we can stop at any time. If you truly don't like it, please be honest about it. I won't be offended. Of course. I'm not going to judge anything this early on, though. So we'll just see what happens. Oh, and, it's not good to touch people without their consent first. Oh no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. Oh, you didn't. I mean, I suppose it was kind of nice. I was just saying. I'm back. Monica's back. I haven't seen you, like, at all recently. Sayori trots over to Monica. She whispers loudly. Can I hug you? Aha. Sure, Sayori. Sayori wraps her arms around Monica. Oh yeah, Yuri, it might be good to know. Sayori can be kind of a hug monster. Oh, don't call me a monster. Artemis is a monster. If he inherits the kingdom, it could spell disaster. Aha. Yuri laughs. Monica, perplexed, looks between the two of them and then smiles. Well, I'm glad you seem to be enjoying your reading so far. It's like our first real activity at the literature club. About that. Well, you've been so patient with exploring my interests. I think that it would be inconsiderate of me not to return the favor to you and learn about things that you like. Yes. Do you like poetry? Yuri smiles. Okay, is next Natsuki? These stories are interesting so far because they're very like... They're simultaneously, these side stories are both really real and really fake. And so the way they're really real is I think that the conversation demonstrates inner voice very, 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 very well. The only reason why it's not real is that, like, most people keep that as inner voice and it just taints everything. And they don't actually have the honesty to work it through. Whereas the reality is, like, 90% of things in the world are solved once there's just like transparency and honesty. Like, normally, almost every conflict, well, I shouldn't say almost every conflict, but most conflicts, I think people are both doing what they think is in the right. They feel justified. They have feelings that, and the other thing is that, like, everyone only sees the world through their own head. And so because of that, you know, their perception can, every interaction is subjective, and people's perception is twisted by their inner voice. And so when you get things like depression or things like that, what you start getting is this really skewed inner voice that that can basically place a lot of self-blame, can basically assume the worst in other people's opinions constantly, with like pretty much no basis. And also, it also can assume people generally assume everyone cares about them more than they actually do, whether it is cares about them in a negative way or a positive way, or, you know, not everyone, obviously, but so I think there's a lot of like this, you see them demonstrating people just assuming the worst and assuming the responsibilities, assuming that all the errors are their fault in this. And I think that's pretty accurate. I just feel like in reality, most people probably wouldn't actually talk it out honestly. Okay. But I think it's an effective way of talking through these perspectives. Okay, what's this side story? This is respect. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening. And in walks a girl none of them have seen before. Hi. Sayori tugs excitedly at Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eye in her book. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. Yay, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of small still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah. Come and sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it. Oh, and Yuri, can make you some tea. Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. The sudden gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay. Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So, I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing, or reading, or whatever other kind of literature. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. Ha. I have what vibe? Oh, you know, like, never mind. I'm not going to judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard. Oh, no you don't, Sayori. Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. Ehehe. I'm an adult. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Sayori lowers her voice. She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Oh, let's get ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough, or maybe chocolate. It's cookie dough. And Monica is probably vanilla. What the heck? I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea. Ah ha ha. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri. Still, it's pretty chill here. Do you just like hang out or do you actually do club stuff? Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet, since we only have like 3 members, so we're kind of just loosely spending our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like the club to get into? Well, I guess I'm literature. Well, I like manga. Manga. Hey, why'd you say it like that? I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold on a second. That sounds so great. After all I've been doing, all this, Yuri returns to the desk with a tray of teacups, which she sets down on an empty desk. After all of, the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, then you just don't understand the nuance. I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature you'd be interested in? Well, not really. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Are you serious? I'm not going to join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, isn't that big of a deal? Manga's literature, right? I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically. I get it. Look, I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I just please join? I won't bother anyone. If I can just, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. That's fine, right? Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I have most of it crammed in my locker, so I'm going to start getting it, okay? Natsuki stands up. Need some help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. Ha. If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the clubroom, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea is gonna get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we can bring out her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Are you sure you don't just want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No. You're a pleasure to be around. I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I really am going to start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the 3 of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Sayori stands up and walks over to the door, then opens it. Thank you. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside, before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can. That's quite a collection. Sayori giggles in excitement while catching her breath. Natsuki replies, "There's still 1 more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them." Monica anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. Seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. At the next club meeting, Monica is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monica paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, So why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monica thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Monica forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it. Monica awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there. I can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but... Monica sighs. The teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So? Monica backs off and slumps into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right up out of the room. Good afternoon. Sayori spins around the clubroom. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this. Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I found some money and got a cookie. Ooh, that's so pretty. As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way. I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant. Oh. Defeated, Sayori unwraps the cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then Yuri silently walks into the clubroom. Monica glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it would be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else. Well, maybe. Something tells me that... Monica glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally. You know, we can all vote on a book to read or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests, rather than just stick to things we're familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted? Natsuki, didn't you say it would go along with whatever the club wanted to do? Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I liked Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Monica's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monica finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monica have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Natsuki, are you sure that you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear, I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but Natsuki cuts Monica off by suddenly standing up. Well, it's obvious that I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monica a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh no. Sayori runs out after her, leaving just Monica and Yuri. For the second time today, Monica slumps down into her desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way. Monica looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club so she could find so she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things. Monica sighs. Me neither. I want to check something real fast. So Natsuki, are you sure you don't have any other interests you could share? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga here, but okay, yeah. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. You can... Sorry. You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an atmosphere where the peace has been disturbed. Oh, well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration and I guess guilt. It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Why is it the hardest to be rational during the times when you need the most? When you need it the most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club, your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and it has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So I assume you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, recalling her confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I'm just convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves. This really isn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed to consider before now. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica is usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe, when she's not busy being so judgmental. So, what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know, thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like it's going to change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm welcome in the club. I should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please. I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy. So, I want to make that happen for you. I was wondering, what was the reason you decided to join the literature club? Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb. Don't say that. There's no such thing as a dumb reason when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So, just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care what everyone else thinks. But you know, the signs for the literature club say you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth a shot. But that was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I didn't want to tell her something that she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve to have that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would be just like everyone else and try to push me away from manga in favor of the more mature thing. The two of them remained silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise. It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet with their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try to find her during lunch so she could make amends. Guess who's back? Back again. Fruity's back. Tell your friends. How's it going? Welcome back. How's class going? So, we had Yuri join the club. And basically Yuri was self-conscious, thinking that everyone is just being nice to her because she's weird, and so that everyone's compromising for her. And Sayori basically expressed that that's not how she feels at all, and she's treating Yuri exactly the same, and blah, blah, blah. So now Natsuki joined, and Natsuki is not really getting welcomed because Natsuki's interested in manga, and class is annoying, as always, and you have to sing a song in front of your director. Oh, is this for like a music class, or is this something else? Is this like a project? And so right now, Monica is seeking to... Oh, choir. Gosh, doing choir over like remote learning, it would be so weird. After searching for extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd. Oh gosh. Oh god, you have to sing together over that? That's horrible. Oh, that's a nightmare. Ooh. Choir is one thing I always wish I did. I didn't do it in high school because, I don't know, I think it was just like... I don't know, it was one of those things at the time that you're just like... I don't know. Honestly, I think I didn't do it because it was like, I'm a guy. I'm not going to do choir, you know, like one of those like stupid teenager things. But, man, I wish I did it. It's so good for your ears. It's such a positive thing. Probably not if you're remote learning. Oh, gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica's afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends whom Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. It would be really tasteless to just interrupt them. Oh yeah, did you end up joining the literature club or what? Huh, of course I joined, why wouldn't I? Ha, I told you she wouldn't join. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Come on, you know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you, I never even wanted to join that stupid club. Oh sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making the effort to finally grow past that trash. Ha ha ha. True. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Shut up. Just let me do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. What, you're gonna buy her smutty fan fiction? Ha 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 ha. Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? I told you I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention, you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. It grew up so fast, it brings a tear to my eye. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monica's direction, prompting Monica to quickly turn away and distance herself. What the heck? That was horrible. Ha ha ha. Confirmed. I actually like Natsuki. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. Ugh, I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monica distractedly makes her way to the clubroom. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monica picks a desk and slumps into it. Something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can be the club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, like, exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like, the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself. Unless it's in a way I don't like. I'm so mad at myself. I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry. I realize I shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just, like, a lot on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really. Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah. Well, Natsuki has a kind of blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that. That the literature club wouldn't help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad, like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had thought that, it was when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. This is one of those moments that you're like, I hope Natsuki is at the door, overhearing everything. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually just trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it, but then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't, because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now, I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time. Monica shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things. I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm going to get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah. I'll get them back by making sure that this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monica and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monica's desk and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm the vice president. This is about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened and probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to be. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay, I did it! Ha. Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again. So, how'd you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monica was afraid of that. Not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequence of the damage that she inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing on disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay, do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm just going to read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Sayori picks up a manga that was resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, that? Natsuki probably left it out by accident. Hey, how's it going? I don't know. I feel like this game is kind of always on the roster. It's but yeah, I got this one. My sister bought this for me and she wanted me to play it, so I played through this game. Now we're just doing the side stories. We've gotten like the true ending or whatever, and now we're going through all the side content. Yeah, for sure. It's funny though. I think because I knew the reputation of the game, it didn't really shock me at all. Like, I was like so expectant of everything that happened, even though I didn't know what it was. But honestly, the side stories are hitting me harder because they're a bit more like, what's the word? Like they're a bit more like genuine or something. At some point, I'm going to play through Chaos Child, and I've never played the game, but I watched the anime, and I'm pretty sure that one is going to shock some people. I'm pretty sure that one will get some people. Oh, that Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club. Actually, Monika's been... Okay, Yuri. I'm sure it was just someone else who was using the classroom then, okay? Monika smiles at them both. Then with a wave, she exits the club room. Bleh. I really shouldn't have left that out. If Sayori catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki. And that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room. It's time for the next club meeting. The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits, then stands up to pace around and then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. So the side stories are all a prequel, but they're also they're basically about the formation of the club. And so they're a lot about there's actually no choices. It's literally just reading dialogue. So it's not a game at all. It's backstory that adds a lot more kind of dimensions to the characters. And they're pretty much almost all so far. They're all kind of about working through interpersonal tensions. And yeah, honestly, my prediction is I kind of think this is in like an alternate universe or like an after universe. I think this is going to be in like the stable universe. Is my assumption. So I think it's kind of like an alternate prequel. But the thing is that, yeah, because Monika doesn't seem like game Monika. But yeah, it's a lot of like, you know, Sayori's depression and like going into that, and then them dealing with how she approaches things, and you know how it's hard for her to be honest, and then you know dealing with Monika's perfectionism and how Monika basically is crippling block at expressing herself because of the expectations she places on herself, but also her inability to deal with things interpersonally when they're important, and also her overcoming her own biases. It has to deal with Yuri's self-talk and how Yuri kind of assumes the worst in interactions regarding herself because she assumes that everyone is doing things out of pity, things like that. So it's all kind of like people with a bunch of emotional struggles that are being pretty honest about them. They're all kind of speaking what their inner voice is, and then having the honesty bump into each other and resolving those conflicts. So it all seems honestly relatively uplifting. Like some of them get pretty sad, but they also all so far seem to point towards resolution. I think there's 7 of them in total, or 14 technically, I guess. We're on the third one. Out, or 6th one. We're on the 3rd out of 7, or you know, 6th out of 14. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around. We're here. Welcome back. Monika, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monika is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggle, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monica had admittedly been so vaguely advertised, seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? So Sayori was seeking trust, Yuri was seeking understanding, and Natsuki is seeking respect. What new lessons would the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monica takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monica turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on. Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monica shakes her head. Natsuki, this is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy to just smile and move on. That's not enough, not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us, so can I make it up to you? Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing it because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monica planned it all by herself. I didn't even get the chance to talk to her. I was witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our own differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that, and it's my goal to respect everyone for that. So, I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think you all deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. I think you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But it's really dumb. The stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye. If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either. Ahaha. What the heck? You guys are so weird. Thanks for the lurk, Simmershi. You guys are so weird. Fine. I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the Literature Club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each member has received a day in the spotlight to share all their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Another meeting draws to a close. Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? Oh, there's something I wanted to show you. If you had a few minutes. Sure, what is it? It's not here. Can you follow me to the music room? The music room? Why? Well, you'll see. You know, I was thinking back, when the club was just me and Sayori, how we would talk about how we envisioned the club would turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where we could express themselves, where people could express themselves. I don't think we've seen this room yet. She said something strange to me. She said I was trying to make the club I needed myself more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined the club that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself. Like, things I probably was always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on. You can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just brought a bunch of manga and then got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid to make such a big deal out of it. No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would never have realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, like, I really shouldn't care what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard to brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like, I'm not doing enough to please everyone. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm like always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's like a hint of contention, I just crumble. But thanks to you, but it's thanks to you that I really start thinking about this stuff. You really inspired me to start working on it. But well, like I said, I didn't even do anything. You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Huh? Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? You... What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry. I think I just felt kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. Ha. I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume. And I kind of just picked it up randomly. Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts. Ha. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate. Because the character isn't just in a literature club, she also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn piano. She was like the perfect person that I always wish I was. If I just did what I wanted, instead of always second-guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself, the parts that will impress people, or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I really realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. And I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Ha. Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to the Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true that the Parfait Girls put the thought in my head. But it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. Hey, Simon, how's it going? Every day. Because, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long. And I'm really not any good at it yet, like, at all. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things get better soon. Oh, really? But I wrote a song for the club. And I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah. Is it the song? Oh, it's not the song. I thought maybe it was the song. You know the song. So I think this is like Act 1 of the side stories. It's like a big Act 1, the end. Oh, yeah? I will play it at some point for sure, Fudge. I will definitely play it again sometime. That's all. That was so good. It was. Yeah, are you kidding? You're like already a pro. Aha ha. Not even close. Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note, because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was like such a selfish perfectionist. So, Doki Doki Literature Club is it's a really interesting game. We've already beaten the game. Right now we're doing side stories. So, warning to anyone who doesn't know the game, this game touches some this game touches some serious subject matter, some very dark subject matter. And if you guys have any triggers or anything that, might not be good for your mental health, you might want to look up what's in this game before proceeding. I don't think we're going to be seeing any horror today in this stream. I don't think we're going to be seeing any of the really, really extreme stuff. But I think we will be seeing likely some things that is not for everyone. This game is kind of a subversion of the visual novel genre. It's like it sets itself up like a dating sim and then plays on your expectations of that to subvert itself. Interesting game. But we're doing the side stories, which are kind of a whole different thing. These are a prequel. But I was like such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me. It should be about everyone. And it's all of you who helped shape the club into what it is. I would never change that. Well, I think that's really thoughtful and kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't very patient when I first joined the club. It makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things. I got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. You have this bad habit of not wanting to read. Oh, yeah, I mean, I would love to play FNAF VR, but that's a good $600 to $700 I do not have. This Friday, though, Friday is the day I play horror stuff. This Friday, I'm definitely going to be playing I think I'm going to be playing Yomawari Night Alone, which is a really weird Japanese kind of almost a cute horror game. Although there is some shit right at the beginning of the game that I know is going to bother some people. Right at the beginning, like scene number 1 has something in it that some people are not going to like. But the game is a really interesting one. So I'm going to be doing that this Friday, I think. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things. I actually got frustrated after not getting my way in the club. So, yeah. I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. I usually play around noon, 12 noon Eastern time. So in my time zone right now, it's 1:20. I usually play like start an hour and 20 minutes earlier than this. Lately, I've just been falling asleep earlier, so I've been starting stream earlier, but usually around 12 noon on Friday. If you're interested, here, let me just post something real fast. Oh, you're in Europe. Yeah, if you're interested, you can follow either my Twitter or my Discord, and that will notify you when you're online, when I'm online. I mean, additionally, I guess Twitch will notify you. But yeah, usually around noon Eastern time, 5 p.m. your time. I was being really immature. Aha ha. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right. It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the clubroom. You did admit that it's a form of literature, so you can't take that back now. You got me. The closet's all yours. I'll tell you what. I'll bring in a little something for club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. What kind of little something? Oh, you'll see. Is it a poem? But I don't think you'll be disappointed. The next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. Oh, it's cookies. Even better. Okay. That is the third side story. So the next one we have to do is balance. So I think these 3 are going to be like Act 2. And then after we do these 3, we're going to unlock a 7th one, which I think will be kind of like the 3rd act. Okay. So balance. Part 1. Natsuki! While Natsuki is messing around with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. What? Hi. Hi. The literature club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monica. Each club member has received a day in the spotlight to share all their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori, shared her love for poetry as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monica, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy, with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monica decided to give the club members the next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori has spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Well, that depends on what kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all of those things. Sayori reaches and pulls out a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes? You wouldn't like that one. In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand and then replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. Okay, well, you really have no preference, and let's start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start to get really good until a few volumes in, and I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga. I could handle it. I did it with Yuri's books at least. Well, I'm more considerate than than that. Although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books. No, I have the attention span of a donut. But I love my friends, and I can do anything if it's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut. I just said I had the attention span of one. Were you just trying to call me sweet? You're so cute. No. How did you get to that conclusion? And don't call me that. A donut? Cute. Aw, how come? Because I don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Nah, sorry. It wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get you all angry all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're like a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson. Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book. So just start it when you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously. Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys, and then you find out like, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're going to ship. I can already guess who you're going to ship yourself with. It would be so funny if I'm right. Ship. I don't get it. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Just make sure you tell me what you think. Oh, okay. I'll start then. Then maybe tomorrow we can do some poetry too. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we could do both. I mean, unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you or anything. No, it's just... Well, never mind. We can worry about it tomorrow. After the club meeting ends, Natsuki and Yuri leave. Monica strikes up conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so... I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her or if I can't say it at all. Say what? Nothing. I'm a woman of respect. But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Oh, I said it. Ha. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But you know, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki doesn't like me very much. Aw, that's ridiculous. How can you feel that way? Well, I mean, there's just little signs, like how she says hi to me only after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga or other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She probably is just shy, you know? Maybe. Aha ha. My stupid head is making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. They added a super flare gun to Fortnite. Scan the battlefield, set structures ablaze. Oh no. Oh god, everyone on every match you play now has to fear you. Yeah, these side stories are interesting. It is so funny. Like, the one thing that's so funny about reading these side stories is I feel like I'm like walking through so many like Discord conversations I've had recently where I'm like, dude, pay attention to this chapter, guys. Do you not see? Guys, pay attention. Look. This is you right now. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns you have. I'm here to help. You're the best. Sarah gives Monica a quick hug. Well, I'm going to keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her. You got this. Like, so often you can see how, like, people are creating issues that aren't there. It's just like their voice in their head is creating something arbitrary that they're worried about. And then they're worried about the other person worrying about them. And then the other person is worried that they caused them to worry. And so now they're worrying more. And then the first person is worrying because now they see the other person worrying and they're like, oh, I caused this. And it's like, this whole tension is based in nothing. Nothing has happened. This is all your internal voice. Everyone likes each other here. Everyone's happy. It's just an internal voice tainting things because you're like reading into stuff that isn't there. It's such a common thing. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one in as usual. It is so funny how often there's a fight and the core of the fight is both people are like, I just care about you. You're like, oh, that's what the fight is. Yeah, I think we're seeing a lot of that in this game. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki. Hello there. Hi. What you're reading, can I read it with you? Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was just curious. Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so... Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then. Can I sit next to you, though? Sure. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki, and then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noises of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles, and the margins are lined with stick figures. Natsuki lets out a deep sigh and then closes her book. Did you finish? No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh, I saw all the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. This one is sad because she thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. Aha ha, what the heck? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all your thoughts and feelings like that? I mean, your poems are, like, really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no. It was just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other. They can find ways of expressing their feelings. Well, Natsuki begins to protest. but she can't find a good way of putting our thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kind of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am, so... You write poems? You never told me that. I just thought you wrote other stuff. Yeah, that too, but... You should... I mean... Would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But... Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something that makes us both happy. I should continue the book you gave me, since I didn't get very far yet. Sure. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki. Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki. At the end of one club meeting, Monica, who has become rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool that you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah. I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't talk to people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. It's okay. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their backs. I guess. I just hate when people start talking about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. Monica shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess. But it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being like all over me right when we first meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and like share everything about myself. That's not how it works. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. It's fine. Why would you have? I know, I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized. Monica navigates through her tinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monica can't help but feel a little responsible. You want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I don't know. I could like divert her into another club activity for you or something. No way. That would be so underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively want to try to solve people's problems, even if I haven't been invited to. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things feel really weird between us. I feel like it would make her just constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to keep things just natural. Well, I think if you do a good job expressing all your feelings, she would totally understand. Sayori really wants to be the best she can for other people. I think that would actually, that she would actually be happy that you wanted to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. But it just feels so dumb, talking to someone about how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. Monica shrugs. It's the literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club. Hey. Ha. Sorry, that just tickled me for some reason. Look, I know that you're kind of in a tough spot, and that it's hard for you to really express yourself, but you've really demonstrated to me that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think it's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So, I believe that you'll find the right thing to do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things. Then she finishes her thought in a mumble. And I'm still glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turned her back and walks away, before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything was gonna be okay. Okay. We are halfway down the side stories. Balance, part 2. I feel like this last one, no, I shouldn't say the last one. I feel like self-love is going to be an interesting one because they're like the most adversarial too. Okay, balance, part 2. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination was momentarily interrupted by the glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's Natsuki. I never run into other club members around the school. Natsuki! Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Then glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Okay, guys, it's that time, I think. It's that important time of day. And Goats isn't here to say the wrong time of day. So you know what that means. It's croissant time. Okay. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner. Hey! She definitely saw me. Monica is the first to arrive to the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Natsuki's been so distant with me. It was stupid to think she ever wanted to become friends. She only got excited because she got to share her manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. No, don't leave me. Oh, I'll stay here then. I don't want to go in. I'm just afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her, but instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! Sorry, I'm sorry, that was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do, from anxiety. From anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh. Well, that makes sense based on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends. It feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. It makes me feel like I was only spending time. She was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga. But she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of the context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? No, she was just walking with friends. With her friends. Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Sayori, you're very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them. Of course. I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best parts of my day are with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Sayori nods. We're very different people then. I cherish my time alone. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So I think... Well, if I was trying to have some alone time and it was being threatened with an interruption, then... It would not make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends. Not trying to be alone or anything. No, I think it's similar. It's, well, we're all friends in the club, but we all have our own lives outside the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. Friendship is an intervention to intertwine with your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person Man, this game is very difficult to have croissant time to. There's so much talking. It's all talking. I mean, we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace rather than jump headfirst into a new commitment. But that means I really was bothering her. I just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. And Natsuki and I are completely different, so why was I so selfish? Even if all that is true, it still means that I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because she already seems really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her. She doesn't even want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori, I think that, well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So, I think if we were to realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel, I'm bad at this, sorry. You're a lot better than me at things, like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart. It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others. And my friends deserve happiness. Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm going to give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she just still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. It makes me feel so desperate. Like, I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. Well, that's not what she needs. I just have to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess it means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person. If it's to be better for my friends, I want that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. I'm mature. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show that I respect her space. I'll just spend some of the club time by myself. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go in first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh, Sayori steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different, but I don't really think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're really silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. The club room is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Sayori smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. She has a sheet of paper in front of her, and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Ooh, are we reading today? Monika speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the club room. She kneels down at Natsuki's desk. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine. Natsuki replies dismissively. She glances over at Sayori, who is focused on her manga. Monika follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. How come? I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monika falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monika to see. It says to Sayori. Understanding, Monika smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly, I'm proud of you. Natsuki looks away, but makes no motion to remove Monika's hand. Monika gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed. So has Monika, after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure that they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish the manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. Sorry, I didn't know where it was supposed to go. It's fine. The two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression. Then she walks away from the closet. If there was any proof Natsuki no longer wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the clubroom. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms together against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls from behind. Natsuki. Startled, Sayori turns around to face Natsuki. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say. Me too. But you go first. Natsuki bites her lips and can't stay still. Well, first of all, she cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry I was being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I'm not good with things that make me uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to like feelings and stuff. So, face burning, Natsuki climbs up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. The best place in the world. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams were born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch. But it's still the best place in the world. When someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Don't come in. I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture. An eye peeks through the keyhole, and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed and hide my nightmares. I need to touch them, to put them away, to see them again. I still have so much to do. I'm scared. I'm not ready. But it's still my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door, and I'll show you the best place in the world. It's a poem. But I thought, well, I sucked it up so I could work things out with you. So just be happy about it, please? Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About, the friendship stuff. I mean, it's okay. I understand that you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job, so don't force yourself if you're not ready yet, okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault. I'm sorry. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually just felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I approach you all the time, and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I'll respect that from now on. Friendship should always start with those things. With the right balance. Natsuki nods again. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I want it to be balanced, just like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together. Well, anyway. Now that the two of them have found common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not going to be sharing my poems all the time now or anything like that, but I guess it wouldn't hurt to do it once in a while. only the best ones. So you'd better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I'll like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying, more importantly, I have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two walk down the hallway together. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last 2 chapters so I could see your reaction for the big reveal. Aw, you wanted to enjoy it with me. It's so cute. Oh, shush. Heh. Okay. Man, I've only managed to have half a croissant in that time. Croissant time is so hard during this. Okay. Am I bothering you? No. Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into it when you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a little bit of prodding. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work. So it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone is being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki is lobbing into the air, and the pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor. Maybe I should say something. No need, they just ran out of cookie. What a waste. They've really become good friends, haven't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had any chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Well, that may be partially my fault, since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least to display some openness to engage. Well, what about during times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Oh, but I like it that way. It feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. You always read fantasy? Oh, not always. I suppose it's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh, yeah? Even like romance? Well, there are lots of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, Yuri. You know what I mean. Hello, goats. How's it going? Hey, goats, you know what time it is? What time is it, goats? Ow. Yeah. You know what time it is? Blah, blah, blah. No! It's croissant time. Listen, goats. You are my excuse right now to finish this croissant that I've been slowly working through. Oh god, am I going to need a... When are we going to have a titty time stream? I guess that will be my last stream. Ah! Okay. We're almost clear. Okay, we're back. What did I miss? Oh, come on, Yuri. You know what I mean. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do. They're talking about Titty Time stream. Maybe more when I was in middle school. I mean, I was really lonely, and people were mean to me a lot. So, it kind of felt like, please don't make me think about the past. Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it was just between us? Try asking someone who has no shame like Natsuki. Ouch. Sorry, I swear I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'm like that for things in my past, too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it, too. Oh, Yuri. Why have you not learned the lessons everyone else has already learned during this playthrough? Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like a couple years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Yuri is in this? Or Yuri is in girls making out? I presume you mean like this. Okay. Okay, 1 second. Okay. Here we go. Oh god, this is going to be the most triggering pick ever. How do I not make the most triggering pick? Oh, good god. Oh, good god. Should I go for it? Extra triggering, please. Oh, god. Oh, god. We have to do it, don't we? Oh, no. Oh, I feel really bad about this already. Okay, what does she even look like? Purple. Okay. Let's see. I don't know how to draw a book. Okay, we do that. Okay. What the books look like? That's a good start. How do we want to... What does she look like? What does she look like? Okay. Okay, how do we get this hair? Okay, let's look at her again. Ah! I skipped text! It's okay. We'll go to history. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, but if I go to history, then I can't see what she looks like. She's got like that, and then she's got like, oh, she has to have a clip here, right? Good enough. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be bad, guys. This is gonna be real bad. This is gonna be really, really bad here. Let's just really quickly go like this. How do I... Can you rotate text? I don't think you can you? No. No, you can't. Dang it, that's not gonna fit. It's not gonna fit. I need a big trigger warning sign. How am I gonna do this? Okay. Okay, well, here's what we'll do. Scroll down. Okay, we're gonna draw a line. Okay. Okay, we got text. Bold. Size 48. Okay, that's terrible. What's a good font? A classy font. There we go. There we go. What if we do this? Hang on. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Too bad people are going to see this after they see the image. It's okay. I'll put it behind a spoiler tag on Discord. Guys, warning, this is going to be bad, okay? Look away. Look away for a long time. For a long time, this is going to be real bad. I apologize. Oh, God. I apologize, guys. Okay. I guess we'll just get started. I guess we just have to get started, right? Oh, good God. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. She's got that going on. And she's got some blush going. Like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, right? Okay. Then she's got a bunch of, like... You know. Gotta have a bunch of these going on. Here we go. She loves it. Okay. And then... there we go. She's got that one. She's got that one. She's got one of those like little fancy, like, I don't even know how these look. One of those. She's got like... there we go. Got that. I feel like we're effectively summing up her character. Okay. Okay. You know, this will be a cool like purple one. Okay. Here we go. And then she'll have a like a thing like this. That's the wrong way. I can't turn it the other way around. Okay, I guess I'll do it like this. Then we'll go like this. Oops, that's an accident. Unfortunately, I'm trying to represent her character. There we go. And then we go, yo. Not. That's the keys. Bitch. Lol. Okay. And we'll give some darker highlights to this character. Yeah. Okay. And how do we end this? There we go. Absolutely terrible. That is Yuri in Doki Doki. Okay. I hope that was everything you dreamed of. That's horrible. That's absolutely terrible. I think this might be my last stream after all. Okay. Bam. Oh, let's push that up. Let's save. Okay. And here. Art channel. Where is it? Bam. Might as well do... yeah, may as well. Okay. I think Bombshell got really quiet. Bombshell got really, really quiet. Here we go. Okay, we're gonna copy this. We're gonna add. Here, let me go to BRB. Oh, good God, no. No, that's a that is the clip that ends my career. Oh no. Okay, we'll do that. We're going to modify attachment. We're going to mark as a spoiler. We're going to enter, and then we're going to say rewiring on. There we go. There we go. Okay, hopefully I gave enough warnings so people know not to click on that shit. We'll see. We'll see. You had reasons. Oh no, you're trying to end it. Okay. Oh God. Oh God, that was not good. Okay, what did we miss? Oh God. You know what? I gotta watch this clip. I just gotta know. I gotta know. How do we end this? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Absolutely terrible. That is Yuri and Doki Doki. Okay. I hope that was everything you dreamed of. I regret everything. I regret everything. Okay. But all we can do is move forward. So what happened? When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like a couple of years ago, I guess? I wonder if on the YouTube bot, I should literally just blur the whole screen. Just for that whole section. Just apply a big old blur. Like a couple of years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series I really liked. Yeah, I was just, like, really fed up with a lot of things. And I got super into this one series that I really related to. But I guess I had an edgy phase where I hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. It's funny. It's funny that she says that because I was literally just thinking that is the edgiest thing that has ever been on my stream, period. But it's also, you know, it's not really any worse than anything that's in this game. Like, it's pretty literally what is in the game. I mean, the only difference is that I had a part in its creation, but it's actually it's actually a lot tamer than the game, to be honest. Let's see, has anyone commented on Discord like, oh no? Oh yeah, I got Cinnabunny saying, oh my. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. I guess, there we go. It was adorable. Oh God. Hey, kind of like Yuri. Monica. Sorry. That's completely wrong, so it's still cool that you both really found your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they really helped you through a lot of hard times. You know it. Wow. What the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? It's technically slightly longer, but not by much. You know what I'll probably do? I probably won't blur it, but I'll find the timestamp for when it was over, and I'll be like, hey guys, there's some shit here. If you want to skip it, here's the timestamp. It's technically slightly longer, but not by very much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long, so I can say I've read more than you. Ha ha ha. Not that I have any right for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. I know, I was just joking. I could never actually read books like yours, it's too boring for me. Yuri shares a glance at Natsuki. It's not boring. Chill. I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion, I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori, are those from the floor? Ha ha. Gross. I also wash your hands before touching any of the books. But my hands aren't dirty. Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see them. Fine. Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Yuri, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she did correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her, but I already understand that it's not for everyone. But she knows well how much these mean to me. So, how about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right, but this won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like, especially in a literature club. So I should figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them so quickly. Thank you. Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That, then. Either way, I'll do my best. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Okay, everyone. We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. I think we have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little bit too dramatic about this? This is important to me. Well, oh, you know what I should have had in the background of that picture? I just realized what I should have had in the background of that picture. I should have had Natsuki Domp barfing way too much. Just to really tie this game together. You know? Anyways, I'm sorry, I'm still on that. Well, sorry. I just feel like I'm being accused or something. No, I'm not accusing you of anyone of anything. I'm sorry if it came off that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of language, and I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club, don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I need to make sure we're prepared to keep a positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so. Sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us a lot of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when we receive our thought. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversation, basically anything. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh, geez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit? That's easy. Cherries. Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty. What? Cherries are delicious. Well, it's a pretty strong reaction. Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty. How does it make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, I got defensive. See, the reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't just because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using object language. Well, not really. Objective language, not really. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. I mean, it would be objective if Monica was like, really? Cherries are nasty? Wait, hold on. How is that objective? When you just said it was only your own opinion. It has to do with the way our brains interpret the words. You're talking about the reality of cherries, not your feelings about them. Like Sayori, let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I think cherries are nasty. Good. So what if instead I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor I enjoy. Well, that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay, so cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about the cherries, I just talked about my feelings and Sayori didn't get defensive. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not going to quiz you or something. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you'd like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours on how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to keep your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, come on. Sayori, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. What the heck? I've been duped. Aha. I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. How about a cherry sundae? You're welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president. Buying your people's loyalty, how deplorable. Wow, Yuri sounds like my community talking to me right now. You know? What a corrupt leader. What a bully. Oh, like you would turn down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. I was reading and not keeping track of them. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. So, now that we have the gist of it, how about we try something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive discussion about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not, no. How come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come from that. I'm just gonna start a fight. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Let's just have a calm and rational discussion. Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think it's more respectable just to speak your mind. Respectable? Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly like, it's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever you like. I just prefer more depth and nuance in my reading material. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated, beyond the surface level. Oh, well, that's just misunderstanding then. I thought you were going to say that manga's for children or something. Like, I don't hear enough of that. But there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What? Are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki. Nobody's immature. I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Sure it is. What? Okay, it bores me. That's subjective. But, I mean, the thing about... This is ridiculous. Do you see why I don't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. But I always got the impression that you secretly looked down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. It's not true at all. You're just making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive when nobody ever has the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. What? Have you looked in the mirror? Tell me again about respect after calling all my interests immature. You can't. Please stop. Please. You don't mean the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. So please don't invite yourself to try to solve other people's problems next time, okay? Yuri's piercing words send the clubroom into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either, so... I was just saying, how did this happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflicts. It was a really stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. Nobody would have expected this. I guess we're sensitive about the things we really love. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not into manga, but if you actually look down on people for it, it's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things. It's about recognizing and understanding our differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you're trying to do, but I really think that the problem here is her, not just, like, the way we talk to each other, right? I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. I actually think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow. I'm just, like, saying that instinctively. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out, because I can just move on now. But, it's fine, I promise. Let's just get our mind off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay? Sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people and don't want to hurt each other. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given away by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least of anyone, and this is the reason. As Sayori and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. Okay. Reflection. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives in the clubroom earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still. So she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve her best as her best inspiration for poetry. My heart feels vacant because a ship has sailed away. Yo. Yeah. Natsuki. Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. Ha. Didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you want me listening in on your poetry thing. Yeah. Thanks for realizing that. Should I let you finish that up then? Oh, no, it wasn't. I mean, I just do it whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Oh, why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Sometimes Yuri is too nervous to come into the clubroom by herself. Oh, geez, does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope. When you get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while. But as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. Huh? I just want to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all just ignore it and move on. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't matter anyway. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that will help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy the way things were before we had to have the conversation yesterday. What part of the conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga? Maybe. I doubt it, though. Maybe because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time. but I just brush it off and ignore them. But something about it really got to me this time, and I hate that I'm letting that happen. I feel like the best character, in my opinion, is far and away Sayori. Personally. Although this playing through this the side stories gives a lot more perspective on other characters, because the problem with the game in a way is the base game is the characters are very you-centric, with the exception of Sayori. Well, Sayori is kind of you-centric, but not really. I think Sayori's character is not rooted in the main character as much as everyone else. Whereas everyone else is just completely obsessive about the main character. And so the thing about the other characters in the game is that when you are focusing on them, they are all very, very nice and likable. When you are not focusing on them, they are very, very mean. Natsuki is just straight up cruel. Monica is clearly Monica. And Yuri is like so passive aggressive. And so in this context, we can actually see them removed from that and removed from the psychological horror aspect of the game. And so it gives a different bit of a picture. I think I like Sayori the best. Then I probably like Natsuki, maybe. Natsuki is a little bit more cliche than the others, I would say. Natsuki is probably the most cliche character. She's very like anime tsundere. But, you know, I think she can be kind of enjoyable. And then it's hard to gauge Monica because Monica does a complete 180 in the game. And so I feel like you think of her in a certain way, and then she 180s on you, and she's a different character. That being said, this playthrough, like the side stories, actually give her a personality that you can relate to, and so I think she's fine. I don't like Yuri very much at all. I do think Yuri is very condescending and very passive aggressive, and often feels justified in expressing her passive aggression. And I think she can be kind of manipulative in that way. So Yuri is my least favorite. Although Yuri appears to be the fan favorite in my chat. Yuri is the most popular character in my community. Okay, but something about it... how about yourself, Bombshell, if you're very familiar with the game? But something about it really got to me this time, and I hate that I'm letting that happen. Is it because it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I hate that she thinks she's so much better than me just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide that they don't like me or manga or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good to even give it a chance. I'm sorry. Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly. Would you give Yuri's books a chance? Huh? After this, obviously not. What about before this? Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually kept an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without needing to be needlessly complicated. I see. But you know, I like Yuri's books. Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Sayori shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga is really honest and fun and easy to just let go with. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover, but it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing is that both the manga and the fantasy are true to themselves. So I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get in fights with people. Like, first it was with Monica when I was new to the club. Then it was with you. Now it's Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk. If they just realized that, then we could all get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everybody's such a jerk because nobody likes me. Natsuki's your favorite? Yeah, I do like Natsuki. Like, I think one of the strengths of her character is that she is really upfront. She's the most upfront character. Even though she obviously does, like, hide stuff behind a wall of, like, not caring. But in a lot of ways, like, I wouldn't say she's emotionally honest, but she's a lot more upfront about conflict and stuff like that. And so clearly that causes a lot of problems, but it also provides a, I don't know. I think that often, it's hard to state. There is something about that is a positive. And also, the truth is, listen, I like anime, and I like tsundares. I'm sorry. I probably wouldn't in real life. In real life, you'd just be like, Jesus Christ. Like, why are you just being a dick to me? And then, like, we're alone, and then you're just like, oh, it's so nice. You know, I really appreciate you. And then you're, you know, like in real life, tsundares would just be like, what are you doing? But, like, as a trope, why the hell not? I don't know. It has natural built-in conflict and resolution. So I get why it's like a cliche trope. But I do think Sayori is the most interesting. But I think Sayori also brings, I feel like this is something I should probably talk about later, but I think Sayori brings one of the tough points of this game. So, spoiler warnings for the base game, for the big twist of this base game. I mean, if you're watching this right now, I presume you've seen the base game, because this is something that comes after the base game. But spoiler warning for the base game right now. Big spoilers. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Natsuki's, Sayori's character is the big pivot in the game. And Sayori's character, her suicide, is the big moment of like, holy shit is hitting the fan. And what you realize is that in certain ways, her character is very realistic, in the sense that depressed people often they often get their joy from helping. Okay, this is a generalization, and depression cases are extremely varied. Okay, so this is not going to be everyone. Depression can manifest in a lot of ways, but often people that are depressed, they can get their happiness from investing in other people, because they feel so shit about themselves that when they're with themselves, they are just drawn to negativity and the voice in their head, and they feel trapped, they don't feel a future. But when they invest in other people, they can see the value in other people, and investing in that can give them some momentary happiness, right? And so one of the ways that this game is really strong, but it also is one of the ways that the game, why I think you need to be careful who you recommend it to, is in the first playthrough of the game, they present you with a choice right before her suicide, right? And the thing that is good about the game is when you play through the whole game multiple times, you realize that the choice was futile, right? And this is a sad reality, but I think part of the thing with the way that the characters interpret Sayori's death is you feel like you made the wrong choice no matter what you chose, right? And the sad reality is that Sayori's death is inevitable. And at least inevitable from the point of the outsiders. No matter what this one outsider does, this person is on this trajectory and you can't stop it, right? And the problem, so the way the game plays through is you're playing from the perspective of a character that when you play through that point in the game, you know, people are like, oh shit, I made the wrong choice. Like, I should have told her I loved her. You know, I told her I'm value being friends, but I should have told her I loved her. Or like, oh, I told her I loved her, but now everything's changed. And the reality is that's an incredibly, it's a natural thing that people do when this stuff happens, but it's also an incredibly fucked up and really, really damaging thought process that people have. Because the reality is often you get in situations where someone is on a trajectory and they need some combination of, you know, themselves getting the help they need. At some level, they have to do something themselves. They have to, and it's important to have people, you know, that are try to understand them or can support them or can understand. But on a certain level, no one exterior can force someone to do anything or be anything, right? At a certain point, sometimes people are on this trajectory, and you can try as much as you want, but what people do is up to them and it's out of your hands. And so I think I could see doing one playthrough of this game being kind of rough on someone, honestly. Because what you sometimes get with people is you'll get these really toxic relationships where you'll have someone that is genuinely depressed, someone that is genuinely suicidal, someone that is genuinely in a really, really, really bad place. Hey, Coldy, we're talking about some dark stuff, but I hope you're doing well. You'll sometimes have people that are in these generally like really, really bad, unstable places, and they are self-harming, they are contemplating suicide, they're things like that. And what people will do is people will walk on eggshells around them, and then they will shackle themselves to this person in a way where they will become what they think the other person needs to not do something, right? They can be in a situation where it's like, oh, well, she has, hey there, how's it going? Just so you know, we're talking about some really dark stuff right now relating to this game. Spoilers, really dark stuff. So just a heads up. I'm doing pretty well. I'm just giving a heads up because I know new people might come into the middle of this conversation, and this is a heavy one. But anyways, what can happen sometimes is people can then say, oh, well, you know, she feels this way, so I will just give in and do whatever she wants because that's the safest path, right? But that is no path out. And so with one playthrough, I think it can make you feel like you made the wrong choice in a way. And I think that's the wrong... Oh, yeah, for sure. And I think that that's the wrong lesson to be learned. But the other thing is that when you see both playthroughs of this game, or when you see both sides of that decision, no matter what you do, and the inevitability, I do think there is something worth understanding there. Thanks so much for the follow. I appreciate it, Denizen. And so this game is a really interesting one because I feel like it really pivots once you start Dennis, okay, sure. I feel like it really pivots once you kind of experience multiple playthroughs, and also once you get in these side stories. Because I do think these side stories are really good at demonstrating a lot of the interpersonal kind of the inner thoughts. This game presents a lot of things that people generally have as inner thoughts as outer thoughts. And so that's the way that it is. The game is unrealistic, but I do watch anime, yes. That's the way that this game is simultaneously unrealistic, but it also drives forward the emotional conflict, the emotional resolution, the understanding, stuff like that. And so I actually do think as long as you can get past the first playthrough, as long as you can get past that, I actually think there's a lot of value in this game. No, it's no worries at all. No, I was just asked about like favorite characters, and I think Sayori is a really interesting one. And her role in the story is really interesting. But yeah, I do think they all show kind of different sides of the human experience, reduced down to kind of like what feels like a cliche anime form. You think? I don't really know her backstory. Like, the thing about Natsuki is we clearly know that there's something going on about like child abuse or like something with a father. I'm guessing we might see more of that here, but we've really heard allusions to that. So we know that something's going on there. And we know that Natsuki is clearly using a what would be cool for side stories? What would be cool for side stories? So we clearly know that Natsuki is really invested in these things as an escape. Seeing it through Monika's perspective. Yeah, Monika, the side stories are really interesting regarding Monika. I feel like these might be in like an alternate, not dimension, but you know what I mean, like an alternate setting, because Monika does not seem in the same way. Oh yeah, so does she realize she's in the game through this? I wasn't sure if this was actually a prequel or if this is like, you know, a new simulation. I wasn't sure. Like, it's clearly before the events, but I can't tell which reality this is. If this isn't the one that turns to like the suicide and the chaos and stuff like that, or if this is in like a follow-up. I'm not really sure at this point. Anyways, that being said, I guess we'll continue with these side stories. Yeah, I mean, they do all give different perspectives on the human condition. And I think an important thing with, I do think with a lot of like people suffering from mental illness and stuff like that, I I do think that there are certain things that help a lot with understanding. And you know, a really good watch is if you look up here. I'm going to type this in chat. Oh, this is not about your anime question. I will answer that too. On YouTube, there's a video I always recommend. It's a commencement speech by David Foster Wallace called This Is Water. And it is a very, 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 very profoundly good and important talk. And it's a really useful thing in viewing the world and not viewing the world from the default state and understanding that regardless of how people appear on the outside, and Sayori is a perfect example of this, regardless of how people appear on the other side, on the outside, people are going through shit. And the other thing is that, often we have a heightened, I know sympathy isn't the right word, but we have like a heightened sympathy for our own pain and stuff like that. And our own pain is valid, but also realize that just because other people don't show things, that doesn't mean that there's not stuff going on, you know? And there could be horrific stuff that you'll never know. So I think it is really important in interactions when you can to try to give the benefit of the doubt to people and realize that you have no clue in the universe what this person is going through. And sometimes, and so it's important to also not just, like I said, not just shackle yourself to someone and take on all someone's pain for yourself and trap yourself in a relationship that only drags you down. It's important to have relationships that can be there for when you're in bad times, but can also be there for you when you're in good times. That's really important. But it is really, really useful to think about the idea that how someone appears often can actually have very little connection to what someone's experience is. And to answer your question, my favorite anime of all time is also my favorite TV show of all time, is a show called March Comes In Like a Lion. That is far and away my favorite show of all time. And I think touches on all of these ideas far better than I could ever if I dedicated my life to trying to express these ideas. March Comes In Like a Lion is my favorite anime of all time. It has some of the best written characters I've ever seen. The side characters, any one of the side characters could be a fully fledged main character. They are so well written. It has some of the best explorations of depression, some of the best explorations of borderline personality disorder and fear of abandonment and things like that. It also has some of the best depictions of found family, realizing that the family you're born with does not necessarily need to be your support structure, and that that platonic relationships can be just as important as romantic ones, and that platonic relationships can become your found family. It also explores, it has the single best depiction of bullying and the strength the strength to nonconformity. It is the best depiction of that I've ever seen. That there's a lot of strength in not giving in because it will make you safer, but rather doing what you think is right. And it also has a really, really good depiction of the fact that how you see yourself in the world is not necessarily indicative of how others see you in the world or how you actually are within the world. And regardless of what you think of yourself, you might not actually realize how much you touch other people's lives and how much of an asset you are. And that, if someone's depressed, they might think that they're hurting other people because they're dragging other people down. But the reality is, in a multitude of ways, maybe you're touching people and benefiting people that you've never considered because of your inner voice doesn't allow you to see that. But that doesn't mean it's any less true. So, yeah, that's my favorite of all time. What's yours? Okay, I will continue back with this game because that turned into a big talk. I just keep running away from the reality that everybody's just a jerk to me and nobody likes me. I've never seen No Game, No Life. I've heard good things about it. And I don't know why. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Natsuki. Sari pushes a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kinds of communication, and it feels like you magically connect with them. But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or to get the communication wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles with a lot, too. It can be really hard to, and takes a lot of, like, reflection and self-awareness. Oh, thanks a lot, I appreciate it. And vulnerability. Honestly, this game is actually a very difficult game to talk about in a lot of ways. Because, like, I remember after the first day I played this, I was like, man, I have thoughts on this, and I can't boil them down. Because there's things I want to express about how it made me feel, but it's also, like, it touches on some pretty dangerous topics, like some pretty serious ones. And so it takes a bit to think about it, because I think there is a huge asset. I think, you know, a lot of people don't like certain topics in their fiction and their media, and this game touches a lot of taboos. But I think there is a lot of value in exploring those, as long as someone is able to handle it. And I also think there's a lot of value in exploring things in a horror setting, because horror lets you confront a lot of feelings and a lot of fears and a lot of, in a kind of foreign way that you can process it in an abstract way, but also, yeah, it allows you to approach certain aspects of the darkest sides of the world in a way that is hard to do in any other aspect of the world. So I think this is actually a really, really positive game in a lot of ways. Obviously I don't think it's for everyone. Okay. Wait, what do we have? It can be really hard. It takes a lot of reflection, self-awareness, and vulnerability. I'm bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. Well, it sounded stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like my friends and I guess my dad. Like when I don't get good grades. Or even stupid things, like if my room isn't clean. Yeah, like we can see certain things with Natsuki, like with regards to the poem about the room, and the room is clearly a metaphor, but the room is also clearly literal, I think, right? Like her, you know, her being afraid of someone coming in the room. It's clearly a metaphor where the room is not literally her room, but it's kind of, you know, her vulnerable side. But also the room is literally like the fear of my dad coming into my room. Like, I think there's something like that going on. Like my friends and I guess my dad, like when I don't get good grades or even stupid things, like if my room isn't clean, what am I going to do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then I'm just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. So things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then I just get really angry and I find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just sound really full of myself. No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about themselves. That's part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's so a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase and that I'm just way above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself out loud. Fine. This is another thing about depressed people. Once again, generalizing down depression into a single thing. Blah, 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 disclaimer. I find that often depressed people are can be really good at giving advice and can be really bad at following advice, because they can often see certain things with a certain level of clarity, and like Sayori's giving really good advice, but you also know Sayori's not following her own advice at all, right? That's just like a common disconnect. Like it's hard to overwrite what you feel, and you can have these logical talks with yourself and also have feelings that completely contradict them, and you're stuck in that cognitive dissonance and just not be able to cope with it. And I think that's a really common thing. And so I think Sayori really shows that off. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house and you gotta see each other every day. And even if you can ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then. It's gonna make you feel like poop. So the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Called depression. Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. Oof, that one hits hard. I want to be a good person like you. Aw, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monica. I mean, Monica is, maybe not Monica so much. And I think Yuri will eventually learn about you. Natsuki remained silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seemed to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside of her. Was it a result of her vulnerability? No. It wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound, one that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Well, I'm not going to yell at you. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair of me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time, I won't just try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me? I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. I can't even just have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on. That's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay? Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns, and I can't get away from them. What kind of negative thought patterns? Like, everyone hates me. Especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because Monica thinks back to that time that she found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels that she needs to protect herself. But you know, she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She just, well, I guess the way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first, before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh, but that means the burden is on me. And I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me behind my back. But that's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did, and then she hated me anyway. That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you. We've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what do you think of Natsuki? I don't think about her. It's not what I meant, really. I was just wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. I like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person, so for someone to just treat me like I'm inferior despite my tastes, that's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. And it makes me think bad things about her, but everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again, and my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. But that doesn't mean they have control over us. I feel like that's something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things. Or we can, Just acknowledge that they exist and try to make them better, try to understand them better. I could never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature. And so good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri. I'm far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They didn't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to, reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I just want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. It's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate it to her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Because I know what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know that telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable. But I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to hug you now. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. No, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle, and I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see this side of you. And I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm going to write her a letter. Oh, a letter. What a great idea. Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things, and I say things I don't mean. Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. Such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality isn't suited for that, and I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I would never have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposite in a lot of ways, but I'm friends with her because she puts so much effort into understanding me so that we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience. I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. That there's a type of person or a magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that. Always so occupied with myself, and I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendships happen when you think about the other person. When you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monica's caught by surprise. Yuri has always kept to herself so much that it's unusual to hear her suddenly talking about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayori too. And it makes me happy because I learn a lot of things. That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant that much to you. Monica never thought much of it. But in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true, Sayori and Monica are naturally more comfortable with other people and can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses and the capacity to improve. Okay, see you in a bit, goats. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monica can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. When she finds the literature club president's classroom, She stands at the door, glancing all around her, before peering inside. Monica is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected. This was a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monica glances towards the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Yuri, what a surprise to see you during lunch. Yuri squeaks a response. Please help me. What? Is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Ha. Thank goodness. I thought there was some kind of emergency. Monica briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. You want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. Totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monica trots back to her classroom and says something like, I gotta go, to her friends, then grabs a pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. Okay, let's find somewhere quiet. Yuri nods and follows Monica as the two of them set off. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Aha. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today, just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just I get easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time. Me too, I do that too. Aha. Hey, this classroom is empty. Let's go in there. After appearing inside, Monica opens the classroom door and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. She watches as Monica pulls two chairs up to the same desk and obeys as Monica beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take initiative. Gosh, you must be really determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she picks up her pen. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Ah. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Monica playfully rubs her shoulder against Yuri's. Aha. Sorry, I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing the different things you want to say to her? Yuri thinks. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. It's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But, never mind, I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. Then she writes the word reflection. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other and have been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me. Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks, I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests. Same goes for Natsuki, too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. I want to do that too. So what kind of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like it when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person even when I'm not doing a good job at it. Let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki is feeling vulnerable. So we should try to make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps to just tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that they know that you're ready to respect them and listen to them. Admit the things that you feel you could do better. Then finally, you ask what you would like in return. How does that sound for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, one for each of these points. I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized, I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these kind of things. Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? You spend so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. So I think you're the amazing one. Monica gives Yuri a quick squeeze. Gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze. But as she lets go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monica's hand in place. For a while, they sit there in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday you told me something, and I'm thinking about it a lot. What was that? The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and that they're just a state of being we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. Is that how you felt about Natsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is always trying their best, and everyone wants to be happy. Monica peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm. Ha. I have to be able to read it to help out, you know? It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now, after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I'd really prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughs softly to herself, a rare expression. I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage. Ha. But it's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but... Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. Ha. But listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. You just don't call it damage. So just don't call it damage, please. Monica gives Yuri a gentle smile. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks, and all I got was real friends who value me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. Ha. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please never change. As you wish. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish? Before the end of the day, probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead if you'd like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales and the two stand up. I wonder if they're going to let us read it. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod and the two depart. Okay. That was Reflection Part 2, right? Okay, Self-Love Part 1. It's only been one day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki, with Monica's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunch. Wait, I need to go back for a second. Hang on. Okay, we just did side story. We did Reflection Part 2, right? A new day arrives. Sayori's in the club room earlier than usual. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, we've seen this. Okay, just making sure. Just wanted to make sure I didn't skip something. Okay, side stories, self-love, Part 1. It's only been one day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki, with Monica's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she needs to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picks out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. Because this staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. But it's such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. What are you doing here? Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here? I just came to get a drink from the vending machine. The other one is out of the drink I like. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seems to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she fidgets with in place of the coins. It's some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. She glances all around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I meant, really. I mean, it's totally cool that it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just gonna stop talking. This seems like a good idea. It's okay. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits herself down next near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap off her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, this seems to mean at least something, though it's not clear what that may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle. Are you coming today? To the club? Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I'm really bad at talking about this stuff. I just can't for some reason. I don't know why. But I want to, eventually. There's no rush. I promise. Thanks. It's the next day. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today, she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh, you're here again. Well, I just came to read this because there aren't any people around here. Oh, I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't. There's no people here. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here? Yeah, I don't care. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. Especially since they all just assumed I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them exactly. I just don't want it to come up now after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have other friends who are into manga? Not unless online friends counts. And Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it. She just likes it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Honestly, you're lucky that the books that you're into at least just look like books. So you don't have to feel everybody is constantly judging you by what you're reading. That would be so awful. Especially since I already hate attention so much. Well, it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already. If you're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Well, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about these days. About those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Oh, whatever. We were just stupid kids back then anyways. Some of the fanfics I wrote, thank God I used a pseudonym. But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of those. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. It's funny, this conversation right now, the thing that's so funny is, earlier in this stream, you know, we discussed, I said Fruityverse is the most similar to Natsuki of all the characters in this. And then Fruityverse asked me if I regretted any times of my past. And I kind of just said what Natsuki said. So it's kind of a funny little full circle. Anyways, I wonder if a few years from now, we'll think about the same thing about our current selves. Probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me, especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. All right, here. Natsuki raises a hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future, coming to terms with me right now. Also, ow, I didn't mean to do it that hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm, doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. He turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide his smile, as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I just thought it would be funny. Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I just keep going on about all this nonsense. I'll let you get back to your reading. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. Conversation ends quickly, and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour, but the whole time, Yuri feels distracted by a twist of regret over having abruptly forced the end of their conversation. You're back. Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase, where she normally sits. When these two get along, they're actually kind of endearing as hell. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. What, like for me? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought, never mind. What I meant to say is thank you, and that it's a really nice gesture. Oh, it's okay if you don't feel that way. I do. It was the other things that I didn't mean. I swear, please believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get it wrong a lot too. So I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief. So, she then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Yeah, honestly, I feel like the number one way to get along with people is give them the benefit of the doubt for their intentions. Obviously, that's all, people can betray that, and you have to be aware. But yeah, the number one way to get along with people is always assume that they're acting in the best intentions. And I'm sure some people think that's really terrible advice, and I apologize, because I'm sure in certain circumstances it is very bad advice. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something for you next time. Please don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay. Thank you. You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice. I'll do it then too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. Just reminds me how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. There are just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. I like being around them when we're all having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously. So when I don't know, feeling serious, then their attitudes just really get on my nerves. It's only gotten worse ever since I joined the literary club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good at just putting up with it because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like or something. But then I have a hard time doing that lately. But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not going to demand for everyone around me to change. But yeah, I know. Monica and Sayori don't really agree with that kind of thing. They're not really in my position, so it's easy for them to say that you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. It's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I'd just be making an embarrassment of myself. Sorry. None of this has anything to do with you. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. Aha. That's weird. Sorry. I just like learning about people. Do you think it's weird? No, that's not weird. I probably just misunderstood, so... I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? If you'd like. Okay. Well, I don't... These guys are like on such eggshells around each other now. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some things you'd like, that you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on the weekends. And they really like my baking. And it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot, and we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes. Oh. I'm bad at those kind of things. So? Are those all the things that are important to you? Well, kind of. They're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too. Well, Sayori really likes your baking, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot. That doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings. Excuse me? How about you don't talk that way about my friends? That you don't know anything about. Natsuki stands up. No, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. You can't just compare friends like that and, like, measure who's better and than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why I'm friends with them and not you, and you're not. You like it? Just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I just wish I knew how to help with social conflicts. Like how Monica can. She's good at these things. Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's what Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you can do is look at them. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong, and they're all like, "Oh, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So, you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh, you don't need to reassure me. You don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. It's really hard for me. It doesn't come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who can just say whatever's on my mind. But I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset, or I want to say something mean. Why am I like that? You don't have to answer that. I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices her fidgeting with the pages in her book. How come you like reading so much? Oh, well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like, I want to be a part of it. I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. And I feel like such a strong emotional connection with them in ways that I've never felt with real people. So in that way, it can sometimes feel more real than real life. Really. It's that hard for you to be around people, like, all the time? Fairly often, especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all of that, I don't really know what to do. I just disengage. Oh. That doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I can still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one, and I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your books? All the time. Sometimes so badly that my heart aches. Yeah, me too. Really? A lot. Like, more than anything. After Natsuki mutters that, silence fills the stairwell once more. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. Okay. Self-love part 2. Hey. Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today, she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. Is that so? Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while, which I had to come up with an excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I would share them with you. As she sits down, Natsuki opens up the lid of her container. You made cupcakes. You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time again. You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown with dark green frosting immaculately shaped into a floral pattern and topped with some kind of glittery powder. How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it. I just made them. I just thought because green is Monica's favorite color, right? Well, yeah, but that's not really... Yuri takes a small bite. This is green tea flavored. Aw, that is heartwarming. I love green tea. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try. Ha ha ha. Don't laugh at me. I'm not. I just felt so happy. Oh, sorry. Usually never mind. What I mean is that I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice. And this is something I happen to be good at. And I do know that you like them from past experience. Yuri turns red, recalling the time that she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look. How'd you get so into baking? Oh, well, I don't know. It kind of just always appealed to me. Well, a few days ago, I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got super into it for a while. A few years ago. So I got super into it for a while. I was probably making stuff almost every day. But, like something that I always knew. But it's something that I always knew I liked anyway. It's like baking is like an art. But when you're good at it, it gets more delicious too. I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic. Knowing that it would just be eaten afterwards. Ha. Yeah, maybe you're too practical for it. I think I prefer to be on the receiving end. That's my favorite part about it. It's something that I can do that makes a lot of people happy, like unconditionally. Everyone is always so thankful, and in that moment, you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know, it just makes me feel valued? Yeah, I guess that. So you're able to make up with your friends today? There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool. And that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So they're not going to stop? I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one who ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now where I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh, I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. I'm glad that the situation is resolved and that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah, me too. And I don't have to bother you during your time alone anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all this stuff you've done for me. But it's the best I can do. So, you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box, then shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Natsuki's voice whines as she protests. I know, and I like them very much exactly as you thought. You succeeded. But I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if this is the way that you know how to make them happy, then I'm not going to take it from you. No, they were for making you happy. You make me happy. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you, ouch, and be your friend. Without warning, tears pour from Natsuki's eyes. She pulls her knees to her chest and then starts sobbing into her arms. Natsuki, I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes. It feels so wrong when you say those nice things to me. Like I don't deserve it. I'm sorry. No, I am. I'm so difficult. And I can't think of even a single thing about myself that somebody would like. And I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. I just thought it was my chance to be a good person. Like, to be nice and do the things you wrote about in the letter. I knew if I tried in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. You know? I think a lot of those negative things too about myself. I never feel like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say, and later I feel like I said it all the wrong things. And I spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So I understand some of that through my own experience. And that's why I wanted to write the letter and express myself. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri rustles through her bag and pulls out some tissues, then hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself and that makes you a good person. So don't worry too much. Also, there are also things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around. And how you're not shy. And how you make people laugh. And how you're very passionate about these things. And you know how to take the lead. And you care a lot for other people. And just a lot of things. Oh. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. And don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile. And then she sighs as it fades again. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time. But then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? It's just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back, so ditching them all the time feels like, I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm just scared that they'll get mad at me. I really don't know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles, while she thinks to herself, what would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy for your new club. Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with little confidence in her voice. I always told myself I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. And because I'm threatened out of the things that should make me happy, so no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. It must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are really goes against everything I believe, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. I'm fed up with it. Fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms into her forehead and shakes her head. I know what's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something scary. Relatable? To do what? You know, to end it. With them? Natsuki nods. I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option. I wasn't until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long that you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into it. So much that it feels like that's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. It's terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know, a lot of things. Like being alone? Not having anyone to talk to or hang out with? not being able to replace what I have with them. And I don't want them to hate me. And I'm scared they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? No, not physically. But Yuri clenches her fists. Natsuki. What? If anyone even thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Natsuki snorts in laughter. Don't laugh at me. Ha. I'm sorry, I was just, I like that. That's all. Oh. Well, I mean it. I know you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation lapses, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? Natsuki nods. I'm sure. I will then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds onto that feeling, knowing it will give her courage. Ah, you're here first today. You brought reading material. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding a volume of manga, while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well, and opens her own book. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. It's like, it's such a big part of your life, and then one day, there's just nothing left. It makes you feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of this series. That sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I don't know if I'd want it to go on forever. Maybe. But there are some things that I wish I could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstayed its welcome? Yeah, definitely. I can think of at least one thing that I read that got pretty unbearable like halfway through, and then the ending really sucked. Oh, shots fired at itself. So, it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. I guess it sucks either way. Well, that's the nature of all things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material. Except Natsuki. Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like, with friends, at the mall, or downtown, or whatever. I'm not a total shut-in, you know? Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Well, I sure go out less often than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends, and arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting up with my board game group. Board game group? Doesn't matter. It's just some more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask, anyway? I was just curious. I just realized that I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes that she's shaking. Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees into her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she may have said or done. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier, telling them. And then I just blocked them because I was too afraid of their responses. And now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh, that's... I'm sorry. Totally unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick, and I want to hit my head against things. Please help, I can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I have experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breath. Head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. Then she puts her hands on Natsuki's shoulder. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes much more apparent through Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good and safe place where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri is only touching Natsuki's shoulder, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hands, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. That's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like this for a few more cycles, while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight into Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feeling of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You're in a safe space, a safe and comfortable physical space. Minutes pass in silence. By now, the worst of it is past, but Yuri is determined not to move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees, and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then, she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is this going to keep happening? It may or it may not. We can take measures to help prevent it in the future, but I think it will naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away to pick up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. Man, that actually brought me back to something in high school that I totally forgot about. And now I'm just like, now as like however many years later, over a decade later, I'm like, holy shit, that was a panic attack. I never realized what was happening until I'm reading this fucking visual novel. Anyways, it's rare for her to so openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki, of all people, makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does a good job at hiding it, that it's taken so long for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted, demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey of learning to love yourself. Do you really mean that? You're probably going to regret saying that if you do. How so? Because I'm probably going to have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want and drag you around to a lot of places. I see. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Ah, well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. Well, these side stories have definitely made Yuri a hell of a lot more likable. For sure. I know a good ice cream place. Oh, that means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, you don't remember? The first day you came to the club, you guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor. But for me, you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh, wait, yes I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. It's a good guess. But my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How was that fancy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Hey, strawberry's my favorite. What a coincidence. I think it helps to have something to look forward to. I still have that sick feeling in my stomach, but it's easier to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that will make this easy for me. But you already did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that. We're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about. Except that I think it helped. I think it helped me understand my needs a little better. The way I like to be treated, and the kind of friends that I want to have. That's why I started coming here in the first place, even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence that you ran into me here initially. Oh, well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first, with the help of Sayori. But you said I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to, whatever, you know what I'm saying. Well, I guess I'm glad that you worked up the courage, even if it was in your own way. I can tell that you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave, and it will make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of you for it. Anyone? You mean like you? Yes. Like me. You know, I could get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now, but I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest feelings. Thanks. It feels nice to be reassured. Let's hope this isn't actually a prequel to the game, but another timeline. Cross your fingers. Let's just pretend. It feels nice to be reassured. The two girls continue on their conversation through the remainder of lunch. But a new feeling hangs in the air. A feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another literature club meeting where the 4 club members will happily spend their time together. Each of them, all with their own special qualities, have something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next. Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore. Together. Okay, that's a really cute one. Okay. And now we've unlocked the final chapter. Okay, everyone. We're going to be taking a break from the usual activities today. I was thinking, since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think it'll help us figure out what to do for the festival, you know? Oh, Sayori and I already came up with a really good plan. Really? For the festival? Yeah. So the plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then we take a map. And plan the most efficient route so we can get to most of them before the lines get too long. Hey, that was nothing to do with the club. Well, you have to let me finish. All right, fine, go ahead. Right, so basically, we get all the food we can. Then come back here and we all eat it together. That's all. Wow, I got tricked twice by the same joke. Boo, don't be a hater. It's not like you can come up with anything better. Look, even Yuri was thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature related. We can eat together anytime. The festival is a unique opportunity. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We really get a shot at showing people what the literature club is about. I'll tell you what. We can do both, right? We'll make time for you to get, for your food mission and still put together a public event. Oh my gosh, yes. I was just joking, but that's a really good idea. Aha. Well, I guess that's settled. I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of the literature club. Well, that's kind of tough, right? Because everyone gets something different out of the club. Okay, how about this? let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That could really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build. Yeah. That's too embarrassing. But you'd have so much to talk about. Yeah, that's exactly why. And I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way. Well, maybe. But I didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. I mean, it's a literature club. We can talk about that stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable with it is to suck it up and do it. Oh, you're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant. It's not good to say suck it up, because it sounds like their feelings don't matter. Right, my bad. It's just a habit I need to break. Well, anyway, who's gonna start? I'll start. I was the first to join after all. Ha. Wouldn't that be me? No, I want to go first. Fine, you can start, I don't mind. Yay! So, gosh, it feels like so long ago. I think I joined because I wanted to have fun sharing poems with people. But it seemed like this would be a safe way to express myself, you know. Like, if it's just a poem, then I can share it with my feeling, without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it would be a really good way to get to know other people too. So yeah, I was really surprised when I walked in and it was just Monica. And she was sleeping. Ha. Don't remind me of that. Oh gosh. Yeah, but it just seemed like so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since writing helped me so much. I wanted to see it help with other people too. But it ended up being me who was inspired, because I remember feeling like Monica was just so sweet and mature, and that I could trust her with anything. It made me feel a lot less alone, having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at this point, I knew the literature club was going to be special for a lot of people. Yeah, I felt the same way. It really helped me give the club a more cohesive vision. Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. I think for Yuri, it really helped me. Sorry, 1 second. Oh, shoot. Okay, sorry, 1 second, guys. 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. Just got a phone call I had to take. I am back, and so is Goats. Welcome back. Okay, We're in the final chapter, goats. Okay, so let's see. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Ugh. Okay. So yeah, I felt the same way. Really helped give the club a more cohesive vision. Yeah, and then Yuri joined, and she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. Hey Rosie, how's it going? I think for Yuri, it really helped for me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite, where she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I really feel like I've gotten better at understanding people's different needs. And that makes me really happy, because my friends are the most important thing to me. Oh. How you doing, Rosie? We've actually finished the game, and now we're doing the side stories. And we're on the last chapter. All right, there we go. So we are very, very, very far along. Yeah, this is not a regular one, although the side stories are more traditional, I would say. Okay. And whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too. I don't know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you. Really? Mm-hmm. I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason I came was to find others who were into fantasy. I suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling uncomfortable, because you and I have such different energy. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I could be friends with. So when Sayori tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key component to friendship. Sayori and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the need of other people. The needs of other people. That's something I never knew how to do or even thought to do. But I stayed in the club thanks to that, and I started trying as hard as I could to understand people better. You really went above and beyond when it came to that. I was just super impressed. Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave, like a person who is easily liked by others, like the two of you can. And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said. But the whole time, I should have been thinking about other people instead, not myself. Once again, once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everyone else. Oh, also, I discovered that sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take the time to write rather than speak. It's so strange the way things turned out. It's so far different from anything I ever would have expected. But I'm happy. I suppose we don't always know what we really need. Oh my gosh. You're so cute that I'm gonna throw up. Okay. Please don't do that, Sayori. Besides, I'm not cute. Hey, isn't that my line? Oh. Well, for me, it's actually true, so... What are you saying? Nothing. I just finished my part, so somebody else take their turn. My heart. Sayori, take some deep breaths. Okay, fine, I'll go. Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show-off. I was just following up on Sayori. It was the easiest way to get it over with. Besides, you left out the most important thing that you got out of this club. I did? Yeah, a regular supply of your favorite cupcakes. Oh no, I forgot that too. I'm a traitor to the Cupcake Queen. Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time. No! I can't eat that many cupcakes. Yeah, true. Only Yuri can. Hey. Aha ha. Well, anyway, I'm putting off talking. It's kind of hard to talk about this stuff, but I guess what it comes down to is that I'm in a much better place mentally than I was when I first joined. And that's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going on outside the club. It was honestly a really painful thing to go through, having to cut them out. It still hurts to think about. I'm sorry, Natsuki. It's fine. I knew it was for the best and I was right. I guess for me, it's all about feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings, so I thought the right thing to do was just ignore them. It took me a really long time to realize that it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that's thanks to everyone who took the time to respect my feelings, even when I was being like the biggest jerk. I'm really sorry for being such a jerk to everyone. I was really the worst. Natsuki's voice chokes a little. We love you, Natsuki. I just hate that I was like that. Everyone did so much for me. I could never do anything in return. That's not true. Natsuki, you've done a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you, I mean that. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It was like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what literature club was supposed to be. Apparently, that was more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspired me to start playing piano. And that's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to put yourself down. Okay. Natsuki wipes her eyes. You helped me a lot too. It's so much fun to have you around. And you helped me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenienced. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you. And you always deserve that. I agree. Seeing us have some of the same struggles made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would. I'm sorry. I got all dramatic again. That's all I wanted to say. So Monica can go now. There's no need to apologize. It was something I just wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a big difference to me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best of other people. But everyone kept proving me wrong. I made the mistake multiple times thinking that my way was the best for everyone, or thinking that I was needed to solve other people's problems. But I think being a leader means that you have to acknowledge that you're not perfect, and that the best thing you can do is help guide people rather than do everything for them. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think that's the most important thing I've gotten out of the club, realizing what that really means. Sayori, what are you doing? I just thought we should be writing some of these things down. Things about the club that are valuable to us. The piece of chalk in hand, Sayori writes the word trust on the chalkboard. Okay, trust, and then what was the next one? Understanding, and then respect, and then balance, and then something else, and then self-love, and I don't remember the names of the chapters. This is because you showed me that I could trust you with everything about me, not just my good side. Suddenly, Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. She writes understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though it was difficult for me to express myself. In that case, Monica takes a piece of chalk and writes the word respect. I always thought I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there was more to it than I thought. I'm a better person because of it. I thought of another one. Sayori writes balance. Sometimes people want different things out of a friendship. They just need time before they're ready to become close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person. That reminds me. Oh, reflection. Yuri writes reflection. I've always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things I thought I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people, and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think that's the most important thing for me. That's great. We have a whole list of things now. Suddenly everyone turns to look at Natsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk. Don't look at me like that, jeez. You could have just asked. Monica hands a piece of chalk to Natsuki. Natsuki sighs and writes self-love. I don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like things are at least on the right track. So there, that's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board. Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature? It is. We still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature. Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature. Natsuki and Yuri gently nod as well. Hey, let's all take a picture as well. We don't have one yet, right? Hey, you're right. Make sure you send it to me after. Wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair out of all of us. Everyone, get together so I can fit you all in. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? And click. Oh, I thought the picture was going to be the final CG image. I'm really glad we talked about this stuff earlier. We talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come with only 4 members. Yeah, I have so many thoughts right now. I'm getting really good inspiration for a poem. You know, I feel the same way. I kind of want to get some writing done. Me too. I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again. I'll do it too, but I might not feel like sharing it. That's okay. The 4 members of the literature club disperse and return to their desks, each equip themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quick glance and start writing immediately. Sayori stretches and then does the same. But Monica is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure of where to start. Just move your hands. Monica mouths to herself. Right the way into your heart. Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration, Monica navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. It doesn't matter what, just that it's something new. Okay. Okay. So that is most of the special content. We still have a couple small things to look at. Honestly, I kind of preferred the bonus content. I know that the bonus content wasn't really... Well, it's funny, the bonus content wasn't really subverting the genre, but in a way, the bonus content was kind of subverting the game itself by being more traditional. It does bring an interesting thing to question that I'm not sure if we'll find out in the emails or if we just have to speculate. But I do have a theory about the bonus content. I have a theory. Maybe I'm just choosing it so it's more optimistic. And I will share that theory as we look at the mails again. But it was nice to have a more optimistic way to end this game. Yeah, I think that this that the Doki Doki Literature Club Plus definitely adds a lot of value to the game. Definitely worth purchasing, for sure. Highly recommend it. Oh, also, thank you to 5 Pickle Morning for picking up this game for me. Yeah, sure thing. Do not, as long as you know, are cool with pretty much any subject matter, I recommend going into the game blind. Okay, take care, Rosie. Nice seeing you. And once again, thanks to 5 Pickle Morning for making this playthrough happen. Thank you, dear player, for enjoying our story of friendship and literature. Okay, so we need to check a couple things real fast before we end this playthrough once and for all. There's the final picture. Adorable. Okay. So, first things first. Let's check pictures. So what do we have that's new? We have the credits ones. Okay, let's see. Oh, some of these have like subtitles. So let's see. Acquisition procedure. Oh, it tells you how you got it. Finish side story 1. Okay. Balance 2. Got the chibi ones. I think these are all... Oh, you can all set these all as like your desktop wallpaper. Which actually, a lot of these would be really nice desktops. To be totally honest. Finish the poem. Oh! You got this for the speed run. Finish a poem game in 20 seconds or less. Mm. Select the word kawaii during a poem game. That's a ridiculous one. Oh, and then we got a bunch of the poems. We're going to skip through a bunch of these. Here, actually, let's go back. So how many poems are we missing? I think we're missing some of the horror ones. Yeah, we're missing some of these. Oh, we're missing some of those, too. So those are probably from achievements. Okay, let's check the CGs. Write a poem for Sayori. Okay, so these are all the character CGs. Oh, and you can full screen them, too. Okay. Wait, there's 2 here. Whoa, what is that? Oh, that's a nice little twist. You know, everyone always does. I always hate this when they're like, okay, time for the goofy photo. It's like, no, I don't want the goofy photo. There's the normal one, and then there's the goofy one. Okay. Yuri barely trying, just like, I have a mustache. And she's also self-conscious. Oh, God. Yeah, then we have our horror poems over here. So these would require, like, another playthrough to get, or probably 2 playthroughs. Okay, let's look at these backgrounds. Bedroom. The background used for the poem minigame. Okay, and what are these? These are the concept arts. That's a weird way to phrase it. Do we have all the promos? We don't have all the promos. This is the concept art. Select Doki Doki during the poem game. Oh, okay. Welcome back. Oh, yeah. So there's a bunch of like other achievements, I'm sure, that could unlock other stuff. And we're not going to get them. Is this a simple character sheet of Natsuki's initial design? Oh, so are these all their... Okay. Yeah, Natsuki's current design looks way better. Okay. Who is this? Oh, this is Monica? Finish all side stories. I like how this one's like their D&D characters, basically. Or something. Oh, this is their Halloween costumes. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, for D&D, I'm playing a cow. My cow casts milk on you. Oh, God. Oh, God. I like how they have, like, special artwork that's added for the birthdays. Okay. So here's the important part. We need to check the mail. We have a bunch now. So, let's actually read these. Wait, what is the order of these? Oh, so these are later. Let's try to read these in... Let's read these in chronological order, okay? Ravi Rasso. Untitled Mail Group. Do not use. Issues caused by unprotected memory. Has anyone evaluated the side effects that might be caused by sharing a memory pool between multiple VMs, rather than allocating them separately? I'm looking for some of the files from that VM1 is generating, and I'm finding some information that definitely shouldn't be there. I haven't seen any evidence that this is actually affecting the inside of the VM itself, so I don't think this is a priority, but I think it's definitely worth noting. My best guess is that the memory being freed from VM2 isn't getting zeroed out, which technically gives VM1 access to it. All the info I have will go into the issue tracker, but I wanted to check this if anyone else has noticed anything along these lines. Paula Minor, regarding ethics. Simply put, this is not our job to arbitrarily decide upon some code of ethics, just because we're the first ones to do this, to our knowledge. That's the government's job to figure out, as long as we've made enough headway for it to no longer apply to us. It's fundamentally flawed to apply ethical reasoning to this anyways, because humanity's code of ethics is based upon nothing more than our knowledge and understanding of life forms similar to ours, to ourselves. We don't have ethics for killing bacteria or plants, only for the creatures that we can convincingly project our emotions onto. The humans in our VMs operate completely differently from us on a fundamental level, and therefore should not be taken any more seriously than a machine that's programmed to print, "I feel sad." We're engineers, not philosophers. Paula Miner. Wait, so Paula Miner, this is the same person that is talking about ethics. Paula Miner. Staying focused on our goals. Okay. As a reminder to help guide our data collection, any analysis performed should be focused on answering some of these main questions. How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's emotional state? How does granting elevated access to the VM affect a person's values and goals? How does someone effectively navigate and experiment with their ability to change the contents of their VM? How is elevated access being weaponized? What actions and values most contribute to the destruction of the universe? Most importantly, how does your observation apply to our own universe? Bonus, how can we present this to upper management as an operation that benefits the company? Unrelated note, whoever changed the color scheme of the desktop to pink, can you please change it back? It's unprofessional and runs the risk of drying eyes. So, okay, so Paula Miner is the project manager of Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. I think Metaverse is a key name. Let's look at Ravi, systems engineer. Okay. Ive Laster is the senior engineer. Systems engineer, senior engineer. Okay. Subject, OMG. Okay, who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? I think it's hilarious, but for God's sake, don't tell Paula. Ha ha ha. It will get 404'd in a microsecond. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it based on the contents of her tweets? Example, not screaming for help. I assume they're coming from the control simulation. Okay, so is this a real, let's see. Doki Doki Twitter Literature Club Monica Twitter. Is this a thing? Is this a thing? Okay, I think this is fake. I don't know which one is real. Is there a real one? Huh. Okay, what if I go all the way back to the beginning? This is from 2017. I think this is official. Okay. So we'll keep that for after. This is weird. Okay. You know what? Maybe I should put on some music. So, because right now we're living in silence. So, Doki Doki Literature Club OST. Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn this down a bit. We're going to read some of this stuff. Okay. So there is an official Monica Twitter. Okay. Character discrepancy. This is an engineer. Having run the control simulation for a while, it's evident that a certain character is missing from any mention or appearance. This character makes me speculate that Monica's meddling is less clumsy than we think. Because she was able to manufacture this character herself as a way of forcing interaction between her and the user. Could that be why the character has such limited and dissonant personality traits, or am I reading too much into this? I'll open this issue and start... I'll open an issue, start tracking and tracking info and observations on the anomaly of this character appearing. Okay. What? Okay, let's check this out. Side stories from the system administrator. Thank you to everyone who worked so hard on the control simulation. I can't imagine how tedious it must have been to delicately hide Monica's elevated permissions from her without disrupting our connection to the VM. Just to clarify, All the recordings labeled side stories are part of the control simulation, right? I'm noticing some of the details of the characters' lives here and there differ a little bit from those in VM1, even trivial ones. Is this part of the butterfly effect from some of Monica's more fundamental changes, or is it a result of her messing around with the other characters in VM1 as her own experiment, or for fun? So if I'm keeping track, we have 5 different universes in total, with 3 or 4... Okay, I know we read this before, but with 3 or 4 of them created and then destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny, because I keep wanting to speculate on which one is the real universe, but in reality, they all are, as real as ours is anyways. Okay, as real as ours is anyway is a weird line. And when they say 3 or 4, so what that means, first universe, as in up to Sayori's, you know what? Second universe is like the next playthrough, and third is like Monica time. Okay, we have that, and then the last one is I've Laster. I'm on leave the rest of this week. Contact Ravi if you need to schedule some server time, but I expect my job to run for a few days since we collected so much data this week. How about we arrange a meeting to discuss the results when I return? Okay, so let's check something else out real fast. We got a couple things to check out, okay? So I'm gonna quit because I think that's what we're gonna get out of this main game. So next thing. Doki Doki Literature Club plus mail. Let's look this up. So are there any ones that we've missed? Okay, I think we've missed some. So first things first. Let's go. Let's go. Bam. And then where is this? Where is this? There we go. Done. Okay. So we have the mails, right? So here's what we missed. Have a nice weekend. Okay. Okay, we've read that one. Oop. Okay. Unlocked by 55% of data. Side stories, 60% of data. We've read that. We've read that. We've read that. Ethics, we've read ethics. Have we read this? Okay, we've read that. Binary data in VM2. This is a new one. Systems engineer, Ro Teether. Binary data in VM2. I've made some new headway with the VM2. Don't get too excited. It's still impossible to establish any kind of stable connection, but it occurred to me that I could at least run a memory dump through some pattern analysis routines to see if we can decipher any digital data from their VM. I didn't want to hog all the server time on a hunch, but I have some preliminary results that indicate the presence of binary computer systems. Based on this, I'm going to schedule 3 days of server time next week to isolate any chunks of memory that appear to be binary data. If successful, we'll definitely be able to find some encoded text and get our first tiny glimpse of VM2. Don't mind me though. Just keep going nuts on VM1 and hopefully I'll have more to share soon. That's December 2nd, right? December 2nd, 2019. What's the first one? December 19th, 2019, right? So these are kind of going back in time. December 7th. December 6th. As you unlock them, they're going back like one day at a time. 5th. 4th. They are. 3rd. 2nd. Okay, let's move on. December 1st. This is by... How do I scroll down? Dang it. Let's see. Who is this by? Paula Miner, Project Manager. Let's move on. We need to have a meeting about shifting our focus a little bit. We've reset VM1 how many times now? For real. We've definitively collected as much data as we can from it at this point. We just need to work with what we have and try to increase the stability of our connection to VM2. We've obviously gotten spoiled by the ease of access that VM1 offers us, but it's just unrealistic for someone It's just unrealistic for someone in real life to be granted the level of elevation, even close, to monitor kernel access. If we can't establish a stable connection to VM2, then how can we expect to get anywhere when the same scenario inevitably occurs in our own universe? When the same scenario inevitably occurs to our own universe? Anyway, thanks to Ro's work, we were able to acquire a few rudimentary logs. I have an idea on how to increase connection stability to VM2 while maintaining weak hypervisor access to everyone inside on an individual basis. Ironically, it has to do with something that they're building in their own VM. I'll go into detail in a more formal report. But some of the log files indicate attempts of theirs to pool together the access potential of multiple individuals into a single parallel unit. Wait, ironically, it has to do with something that they're building in their own VM. I'll go into details in a more formal report, but some of the log files indicate attempts of theirs to pool together the access potential of multiple individuals into a single parallel unit. It sounds ridiculous, but if they actually get somewhere with it, we might have a solid entry point that doesn't heavily intrude upon the VM. I'm going to spin up a read-only hypervisor that we can use to test different ideas like this. The elevation level will be set to monitor adjacent runtime level access. The VM will be named Test VM for now, although the parallel access unit they're building in the VM seems to be called Project Libitna. According to the few logs, we can change the name once we actually get a decent picture of it. Okay. Okay, that's the first one. What? Oh, wait. Wait, what's the note? Where's the note? I saw it. Okay, at Lil Monica. Okay, that's the one that I'm following. Okay. Okay. Where Monica mentions in one of her topics during Act 3. Oh, so that's a real active one. Okay. It's interesting how you can see what they're talking about in the game, how it all ties to Libitna. Something that got my attention is the name. Okay, you've seen the scattered messages that appear when you open up Test VM. You can open up Test VM. One of them mentions something along the lines of name mentions death, but of what? Wing A. In the Project Libitna report, you can clearly find it here if you haven't seen it, that you get when you hack into Sayori's file. It mentions Wing A. Clearly, we can assume that everything we've read in these messages are about, if not Libitna specifically. You want to read on the old Libitna. Here. What is this? The messages mention a girl walking some path of light or something. Safe to assume that the unknown deity is Libitna. Okay, I'm going to close this for 1 second while I open this up. Okay. Ancient Roman goddess of funerals and burial. Her name was used as metonymy for death. Undertakers, known as the Libitinari. Libitna were associated with Venus. And the name appears in some authors as an epithet for Venus. Okay. So 1 second. We're going to check something real fast. We got to check something real fast. Here, let's turn off this music. Okay. And we're doing something I did not expect. We're going to open up this game once more. Okay? Oops. Okay. So, wait, why is there another picture I haven't seen? Was that just one at the end? What is... Provided in an email communication. Rough sketch of the faceless protagonist. Oh, what he might have looked if he was a real character. Okay. So, files, internal. Let's see. Hmm. File copy test. Okay. Disposable client. Meeting notes 1. Updated task timeline. New tasks. Test cases for new genetic model. Oh, wait. You can't see this, can you? 1 second. Sorry, guys. Okay. We're back. So I'm just... Here, I'll go back and show what I showed in the first place. Sorry for that. First things first. Character art for the protagonist. We just unlocked this. Okay. Okay. Going back to files. So, we have characters. Okay. All good. We have game. Okay, these are what people like. Okay. Saves. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Attributions and traceback. Let's see. Okay. Is there anything here? This all looks kind of legit. Okay. Traceback. Quantum server build. VM runtime build 1.1.6. Doki Doki Literature Club run date. Uncaught VM runtime exception occurred. Execution stack trace. Game script line 67 in script call. Chapter 5 main. Python, blah, blah, blah. Jump execution occurred. Exception. Oh, geez. I didn't break anything, did I? Hold on a second. I can probably fix this, I think. Actually, you know what? This would probably be a lot easier if I just deleted her. She's the one who's making this so difficult. Ha ha. Well, here goes nothing. Okay, trace back. Let's go to internal. Okay. Insecure directory text. This is a scratch disk. Do not use it to store sensitive or permanent things. If you need access to files from the encrypted file share, copy them to your disposable drive and plug it directly into the client. Do not copy them here. Rhea is working on setting a proxy mail server so we can have proper remote communication without having to worry about the higher-ups. Keep everything offline until then. Okay. What are these? Huh. Okay, we're going to snoop through a bunch of stuff. Wait, okay. We went through all these, right? Yeah. Okay, 1. Wait, can we see? There's no file size, right? Wait. Oh, it doesn't tell us the file size of the folder. Okay. Be nice if it did. Then we could tell where stuff actually is. Oh, God. This is going to get convoluted. Oh, God. This is going to get so convoluted. Okay. So back up. Meeting notes 1. Updated development timeline. New tasks. Test cases for new genetic model. Server time optimization idea. Automatic data collection. Data migration to encrypted file share Monday. VM2 roadblocks. Row on VM2. Everyone else on VM1 for data collection. Ideas for data search types. Visual renders. Audio data. VM environment changes. Persistent variable tampering. Timestamps. Parsing through patterns. No. Excessive server time is needed. Meeting over time. You know who went on too many tangents again. I need to be more assertive about staying focused. Test. File copy. Okay. What do we have here? So what are these? DDLC.text. That's... Oh, look, 404. Like error 404. Unable to open. Please try again later. Okay, let's check something else. Okay, I'm going to keep this here. Okay. Oh, God, my computer did not like me opening that right now. Okay, there we go. 1 second. Let's go to Steam. Okay. We're just going on a little adventure right now. Properties. Local files. Browse. Okay. So are all the files that we can access through like specifically through the virtual database, or are they actual files we can browse? Let's see. Mono bleeding edge. Mono. What are these? Okay. So I think maybe with this version, everything they're keeping in actual physical files. Okay. Because I can't find that. I can't find that info. Okay. So going back into the game. So error 404. Can we? It's open. It's like, 1,621 bytes. Can we do anything with this? Can't copy. Let's go back. I'm guessing all the other ones. Okay, so I'm guessing 404 is not an accident. I'm guessing 404 is a very intentional piece of data. It's interesting, though, that 404 is something you cannot access. Honestly, I don't feel like I'm going to find anything. I'm sure other people have found a ton of shit. This is a weird thing. Okay, before we keep delving into this, let's just talk about the game real fast. So, this game is doing something weird, but let's pause for a second. Can we close this? Okay. The thing that's weird about this game is data collection, 89%. Okay, so from a purely gameplay perspective, clearly the game itself is a big subversion, but it also is a subversion within a metaverse. So the question is the metaverse, is this hinting at some other like a shared metaverse where they are going to have other games in this universe? Or is this just kind of like an ARG kind of component to the game that they implement to make it feel a bit more real? Because part of this game is it's one of the things that it's doing is something that kind of like Undertale does a bit, where they're acknowledging the medium of the game, but whereas Undertale more accurately, it's acknowledging itself as a game. This is not really it. She says she knows it's a game, but they're also talking about how this is a simulation and there's multiple simulations and there's different parallel worlds. They're also saying that their parallel world is as real as presumably our parallel world, unless their world is different than our world. We have to allow that conclusion. I mean that hypothesis. So it is kind of weird. It feels like it might be a bit ARG, especially with the fact that there's a Twitter. We're definitely going to take a look at the Twitter. Now, people that are actually good at like managing data and stuff could probably find out a lot more than I can, by actually like going through the files but I'm not sure how much stuff there. I'm really curious to see if there's anything with regards to the error 404 that we can access. Here, let me look up something. Okay, so let's say we go. Where was it? So let's say Doki Doki Literature Club file internal 404 text. Let's see. Let's look up files. Okay. We might actually have an easier time basing this from here. We'll put this on. Okay. We're going to jump back over to this. Window capture. Okay. So, what do we have? Files that can be accessed in game. You can read more about them here. So, files. Internal 404. Okay, there's a 030. Meeting notes 3. Okay. You know what? Let's go back to the game. Let's cut back to the game. So, we have something at 030 and at 123. So let's go look at those. 030. Meeting notes. Can't open it. Unknown error. Is that going to be the case for all of these? 1, 2. Oops, that's 012. 1, 2, 3. Track names ideas unable to open. Okay. Let's see. What else is there? 130. 130. 130. Meeting notes 2. How do we access these? Is there a way? 221. Project plan. Can we... 344. Unable to open. They all have different in-game file sizes. I'm not sure if these are real file sizes or what. Required time to access. What the fuck? This is crazy. Oh, we missed the time. Oh, so these files are locked, except at certain times. 501. That is so weird. So this is some ARG shit, for sure. Okay. So I have a feeling we're not going to be able to access these through the game. Okay. So, because of that, let's go back here. Let's go to window capture. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, these are these files. Required time of data access. Like, we're nowhere near any of these times. No point in us waiting for it. Okay. Tower keys accessible in internal backup system at any time. Access keys found so far from tower rotation. Key pair 1 gear. Wait, can we look at this? That's meeting notes 1. Okay. Key pair 1 gear 240 clock time 221, a 3-digit number combination somewhere. Let's see. 221 240. So the tower key is telling us that in folder 221, you can open it up at 240. So it actually gives you the clue, as you can see. Key pair 2, boat. Key pair 3, spaceship. Key pair 4, question. Meeting notes 1, accessible in internal backup at any time. Meeting notes 1. Okay, so we've already read this, right? Okay, we've read this. Okay. Meeting notes 2. Accessible at internal 130 if player's time is set to 9:15 a.m. or p.m. Now, can we adjust our virtual time in game? Because it's currently synced to our real time. But I'm wondering if there's a way in game to adjust our virtual time. Doesn't look like we can. So it looks like we'd need to actually adjust our computer time to get through this. So, meeting notes 2. Meeting notes 2, where's this? Meeting notes 2, 130 at 9:15 a.m. Or maybe it's 9:15 at either time of day. Okay. Okay, can't read. Here, can I? Let's see. Library promising work on recording simulation activity into playable script. Playable, observable form, not a game. Stay focused, Ive. Okay. Pretending to type important things while waiting for everyone to get back on topic. 4:30, still target end time. Pretending to type important things while waiting. Okay. Assigning names to simulated entities for easier reference. A, B, C, D should suffice. 1, 2, 3. Using real names only encourages treating them like pets rather than simulated entities. Everyone is trying to come up with stupid names now. Control simulation. Create identical VM. What does VM stand for? Like virtual metaverse or something? I don't know. Virtual something. Let's see. Well, actually, okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay. Everyone's trying to come up with stupid names now. Control simulation. Create identical VM without entity A having elevated access permissions. Is entity A Monica or is that something else? Because they've talked about like another identity. Okay. Seems unlikely. Nothing has come close so far. Clone VM1, same elevated access, but prevent the entity from discovering it. Seems tricky, but plausible. Meeting overtime again. JKLSDF. What the heck? Huh. I don't know. Okay. Meeting notes 3. Okay. Control simulation. Progress. Idea. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Do we have the date or time of this? Okay. Control simulation. Progress. Idea. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. Compare end of control sim to start of VM1. Better comparison than both being parallel. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures to hide elevated access permissions. Fifth entry in VM1. Not particular or original genetic model. They keep saying genetic. Like this is a physical simulation, like a physical universe. Not part of original genetic model. Not present in data dumps. Very bizarre. Ive is less talkative today. Meeting ending on time. 12:55 OMG. 12:55. Is there something at 12:55? There is. So 404 opens at 12:55. So they're giving us codes of what time to open these all up at. Okay. So Ive is less talkative. They're observing the end of universes caused by these things that have access to different... Oh, God. Okay, control simulation. Meeting notes 3. Okay, we read this one. Okay. So next is... This is not 404. Project plan text. I wonder if we should read these in, like, code order. Whatever. Whatever. Project plan text. Accessible internal 221 if time is 240. Project plan outline. Okay. And this one is multiple pages. Okay. High-level overview. 1. Create human-readable version of Fabric benchmark results, suggesting we live in a simulated universe. Create human-readable. Because we get the mail. Let's see something. Let's see something real fast. Sorry about going back and forth. Wait. That's Ive. So Ive is the one who's clearly having issues. And the last chronological one is him taking off. So that's going to be important. I'm keeping track. 5 universes in total, with 3 or 4 of them created and destroyed by Monica, of course. It's funny because I keep wanting to speculate on which one is the real universe, but in reality they all are. As real as ours is anyways. Okay. So now we're going to jump back to screen region. Okay. Emulate Fabric benchmark results in virtual environment. Suggesting we live in a simulated universe, to me, is like, wait, create human readable version of Fabric benchmark results, suggesting we live. Okay. Is this all to see if we're in a simulated universe, or like to prevent certain things from occurring? Emulate Fabric benchmark results in virtualized environment. Create parameters for genetic iterations. Custom elevated access levels for one or more entities. Iterate until simulation is stable for target time threshold. This is our small-scale simulated universe. Okay. Observe effects of elevated access. Observe effects of elevated access knowledge of simulation. 6. Collect record data. 7. Pitch findings to upper management as a profitable venture. Note, do not go through Barry. Go straight to upper management. 8. Get promoted. Job saved. Possible team members. Okay, let's see. What happens if we jump to part 2? Okay, we gotta read these. Possible team members. Ro has the most knowledge / access to Commander Quantum Server. Ravi, second to Ro. Lib. Fix naming scheme conflict with lib folder. Okay. Ive. Sure, why not? Okay. Others. VM1, current project, small-scale simulation. VM2, future project, medium-scale simulation. VM1 details. Literature equals production of text assets, easy data collection. 4 entities, characters, small physical space, efficient for server and genetic iterations. Highly elevated access permission created very stable connection window for data collection in exchange for less realistic simulated scenarios. So is VM1 all of Doki Doki Literature Club? And VM2, is that is this like an ARG advertising a future game? Not sure. For people who don't know what an ARG is alternate reality game. What an alternate reality game is it's a story that unfolds in generally often in some sort of real time, but what it is it's something that is it is a piece of fiction that is pretending to be real, and often requires the people that are viewing the media, to solve something to uncover what it means. And so it's a form of fiction that is pretending to be nonfiction. And it's usually a mystery, and it is often an advertisement. So there were big advertisements. I think Halo 3 had an ARG. I think it was Halo 3 called I Love Bees. There's lots of ARGs. There's sites dedicated to doing them. The show Lost had an ARG called like Flight. What was it? Like Flight 115 or something. Marble Hornets was a Slenderman ARG that was released on YouTube over time. There's a lot of these things. So this is an ARG. I shouldn't say it's screaming an ARG. This is an ARG. It is something that is requiring the player to delve into files and solve stuff, and it's proposing to be real, and there is some mystery at the end of this. DDLC.text. This is the 404. This is the first one we found. Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, let's... Oh. Doki Doki Literature Club. Welcome to the rebellion. We're all working our asses off with our jobs on the line, so we might as well have some fun with it too. Welcome to the rebellion. I totally get why Paula wants to rush into data collection, but my proposal is to shift our efforts a little and build out some new features for making real-time connection to the VM more useful and fun. If we're basically simulating a miniature universe, then it's kind of a waste to not be able to spend some quality time in there, right? Okay. But actually, I think wrapping this whole thing in the guise of a video game is a great and hilarious way of covering our own tracks. And if we do a good enough job, we might be able to present it to Paula as a useful endeavor. Key selling points: 5 to 6 hours of misery, dread, and cute girls. Learn through the existential crises of others how to cope with your own simulated universe. Okay. So this is stating, learn through the existential crises of others how to cope with your own simulated universe. Okay, so this is once again positing that we are in a simulation. Witness the destruction of the universe over and over in video game form. Okay, so I think this is implying that we're in a simulated universe and our universe is going to end. Ha ha ha, this is going to be absolutely amazing. And no, the irony isn't lost on me. Creating a secret team within a secret team is more meta than I signed up for. Ha ha ha, metaverse. And that's saying something, considering we literally work for Metaverse Enterprise Solutions. We can come up with a fake game studio name and everything too. Obviously, no plans to go public with this, but it would be a good part of the whole disguise. Plus, I want a cool team name that makes us feel like a bunch of heroes for saving the universe. Kidding. Oh god. But we're at least saving our job. Something like Team Salvation. Salvato. Right? Dan Salvato. Team Salvation. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Meta. Okay. Track 6. Name ideas. Text. Track 6. Okay, let's go back to the game for a second. Okay. Back in the game. Pictures. Oops, not pictures. Music. Poem Panic. Okay, let's do something real fast. Let's do something real fast. This music is too perfect right now, but we're going back for a second. Okay, what's track... Oh, wait a second. Okay. Track 6. Poem Panic. Okay. So this is the song. Can we skip through this? Or is this to make a playlist? You know what? I literally don't need to play a YouTube video because we have this. We have the game. Okay. Back to files. So track 6 name ideas. Track 6. Operation Not a Game by Ive Laster. Control simulation. Track 6 name ideas. Work together. Discussion time. Debate time. Brainstorm. Listen up. Teamwork time. Let's discuss. Let's teamwork. I'll handle it. Leader. Take the lead. Text face names. Maybe for another track. 030, 030. Okay, let's go back up. So 030. Meeting notes. 030 at 158. Oh, let's go back to the game. 030 at 158. Okay, let's hang on. Go back to the game. Oh, God. I had a feeling that this song was going to be 1 minute and 58 seconds long, but I was wrong. Oh, I thought I was so smart for a second. I thought I was so smart. Okay, let's go back to this window. Okay, 030, 158. We were just reading this. Is there 158 here? For another track. mes.text. Okay. Infrastructure, software, communication systems. We understand the modern day challenges of running an enterprise company with efficiency and reliability. That's why you can count on us to get the job done, so you can focus on the business that matters most. With world-class engineers and industry-leading specialists, Metaverse Enterprise Solutions will always deliver solutions that last. Cost per year analysis shows that Metaverse Solutions saves up to 30% in the long run. And our flexible support model ensures that quality can be delivered at the price point that is right for your company's size. Your team is valuable, and that's why from planning to design to installation, our experts do the work for you. Filing our simple questionnaire is all it takes for our team to recommend the right plan and provide an affordable quote. Excellence is right around the corner. With solutions you can count on, experts you can trust, this is our promise to you. You're in good company. 14.text. 501. Okay. Dear Ive. Okay. We're interested in this character. Where are the years going? Doesn't it feel like ever since we graduated, we're just the same doofy college kids, but we're being put into increasingly adult situations? It's hard to believe how much can happen in just 1 year, but all of my memories this year are full reminders of why you've been my very best friend for so long. My gratitude for you is higher reaching than the mountains I'm gonna live in after faking my death. Throwback to you actually entertaining that plan after helping me break up with Daphne. To this day, I can never tell how serious or joking you are about things, or life in general. But I think I would literally implode if I didn't have you to remind me that things never matter as much as they seem in the moment. And that things will always be okay. Imagine if we really do end up working together at Metaverse. That's literally the only way I think I'd be able to coping with a mundane desk job. I know you said your referral of me won't go very far because you're not a senior engineer, but as I'm coming out of my rough patch, it's the future I imagine for myself every day. I'm sorry for always being such a bundle of stress. I always feel like I want to be doing more for you because the amount you do for me just seems like more than anything I could give back. You inspire me to always improve, and when I don't believe in myself, I stay motivated to become a better person so that I can deliver all my best qualities to you. I love you and I always will. Until we face the end of the world together, wishing for another 14 million years of friendship. With everlasting love, Paula. And that's 14.text. For another 14 million years of friendship. What? Test.text. File copy. Okay, so we read that. I think we read this. This is a scratch disk. We read that. Paula. Other files. Okay, we read that. Okay. Various trademarks and fonts used. Okay, that's cool. Track 6. Track 6 name ideas.txt. They're talking about the song Let's Teamwork. Let's Teamwork? Wait a second. Wait a second. See, I was looking at track 6 here. But where's Let's Teamwork? Let's Teamwork 158! My prediction was correct! I was just looking at the wrong track. God damn it. I'm actually not as bad as I thought. Okay. Okay. Oh, the contents of Tower Keys are actually a reference for Myst. I should stream Myst sometime. Finding the time to unlock them is not random. You can actually find them throughout the game, including the files of themselves. Okay. Not a game, stay focused dive. Operation Not a Game by Ive Laster. Interesting. Okay. So. Very interesting. Now let's go over here. February 14th, Valentine's Day. Today's my favorite day. Also, finally got on Twitter. Now to find some real people to follow. Here, let's make this bigger. Okay. I'm bored. This reminds me of my club members. Hug-A-War. I'd rather not play Tug-A-War. I'd rather play Hug-A-War, where everyone hugs instead of tugs. Where everyone giggles and rolls on the rug. Where everyone kisses and everyone grins and everyone cuddles and everyone wins. Read more poems where the sidewalk ends. Okay. It's so sad when you have friends who tell you, when you have friends who you can tell really want to share their emotions, but they don't know how. Jisoo did an amazing drawing of me. I'm excited to share it with everyone. If you can't hear the sound of your heartbeat, what do you call love in reality? I heard that some people have been talking about the literature club. Maybe we'll be getting new members soon. Reducing meat consumption is an easy way to help save the world. I don't have a scary looking face, do I? I wish I could figure out how to be more approachable. What does it mean for someone to be in beta? I keep hearing that. The club is open. Is that the release date of the game? What is happening? I have so many followers. I've been really busy with the club, but thank you so much. I'm gonna cry, OMG. I love Friday. Nothing bad can happen to you if you spend your Friday the 13th relaxing at home. Have a nice weekend. Love you. You're cute when you smile, so here's a smile for you. Ooh da dee da da. Sending a virtual hug. Morning, here's a present, a little present to help you through the day. Here we go. Uh-oh. I haven't watched the rest of this. There we go. Retweeted. It's hard to share writing when you're afraid of not being taken seriously. That's why the Lit Club rule is to respect people's differences. It's Halloween. To be honest, my favorite part is giving out candy. I have trouble with the super scary stuff, unless a friend helps me through it. Eating candy till you feel sick and having one more piece every 5 minutes. I'm stuck between bliss and why am I doing this myself? You know that weird empowering feeling you get when you put on a pair of fuzzy socks? Not everyone. Everyone should have one pair of fuzzy socks, like seriously. I'll be inside my blanket mountain. If winter knocks them, tell them I'm not home, thanks. Those who bring coffee are allowed entry. Time for presents, time for food. Time for presents? Okay, time for food. Blah. My New Year's resolution is to pretend I have the willpower to magically fix all my problems. You know those days where you can't get anything done? You don't beat yourself up. Just strive to do one thing that's good for you. Learn to feel proud of your little accomplishments. That's enough to be proud of you. Oh, and we got this art in the game. I love my club members. I'll share another picture tomorrow. These are all art you can unlock. Okay, we're a year later from the first tweet, February 14th. Today is my favorite day of the year, and being able to share it with you has made me happier than anything ever could. From all the club members, thank you for making us go Doki Doki. Doki Doki. Let's share many more intimate times together. The problem with putting in too much effort all the time is that everyone's expectations of you are so high. I kind of shut myself away from anyone, from everyone else when I'm stressed because I'm so afraid people will see me not at my best. Cats make so many people's lives better just by existing and being cats. You can make so many people's lives better just by existing and being you. This was probably also in game, and we probably just didn't see it. It's cute. Easily disturbed. Okay. How to convince friends, shy friends into a sleepover. Have a study night and study for like 30 minutes before getting distracted and staying up late all night by playing games. Oops. I've learned that it's okay if someone doesn't like me back. There are so many great people that sometimes they don't feel a connection. Being good doesn't entitle us to be loved by everyone. It can hurt, but I think it's best to respect people's individuality and keep on doing our best. I love you. Sorry, I already have plans. I promised my bed that we would hang out all evening, and it would be rude to cancel. Is that Monica's birthday? September 22nd? Okay. I'm gonna try tweeting more again. Okay, so this is the same year as... Is that the year that Literature Club Plus came out? I'm not sure. Because the emails say 2019. I'm going to try tweeting more again because I feel like the pressure has really got to me, which is kind of ironic because I always wanted to have a voice. But then when people are finally listening, I'm just like, okay, bye, LOL. I learned that I don't have to be 100% perfect to make little differences. Sometimes it feels like I'm just waiting for the weekend. And then by the end of Sunday, I'm already waiting for the next weekend. Such a negative outlook. I need to turn this challenge into motivation. Will you do it with me? It's the weekend. Wait, didn't we just talk about this? Oops. Okay, we got some cute pictures. Today's my favorite day and a special day for the club too. I always make sure we all feel loved and appreciated. But more importantly, you're coming with me after school. I have special plans to show you how much you mean to me. Bullying is not always like what you see on TV. If your friends make a lot of jokes that make you feel upset, it might be bullying. I'm just joking is not an excuse. Awareness is the first step. Always value your own feelings. Love you. That was a good nap. I was dreaming about you. It's so hot outside. Mr. Sun gave us life and now he is angry that we disrespected his favorite planet. Isn't it weird when you become better friends with someone, you're like more comfortable eating each other's leftovers? Like, are my germs becoming friends with your germs too? Okay. Oh, we saw this one in game. I knew you'd remember what day it was today. You're such a sweetheart. Yep, that was the birthday. You're such a sweetheart. Even though it was me who asked you to save all day for me. I can be selfish one day a year too, right? Just come with me and you have to do everything I want to do today. I wonder what happens if you play this game on September 22nd. And I wonder what happens if you play this game on Valentine's Day. I wonder if there's different events. I'm kind of curious. Like maybe she says something different if you're in the end with her on her birthday. I'm curious. Oh my gosh, it's getting so close to Halloween. What should I dress up as? I need help deciding. A fallen angel, a maid. Man, these were in tight. They were like, nah, we don't want to see Cyborg or Circus Ringmaster. The people that wanted maid. Okay, there's the fallen angel. Wait, when did this come out? 21st? 31st. Okay. Come over and eat this candy with us. The sugar is going to keep us up all night. I kind of wish it was a cyborg, to be honest. Come over and eat all this candy with us. The sugar is going to keep us up the whole night. Yuri is being social, too. She just wanted to look cool in this picture. Don't tell her that I said that. Everyone else is too pumped to care. Have a fun Halloween with us. I need your hug energy to survive the winter. Presents or food? Food. Join me in my New Year's resolution to sleep healthier. Many positive goals become more achievable with good sleep, and together we can be rested and ready to take them on. Emotions are never right or wrong. They're just a state of being that we can't always control. We must acknowledge and understand our emotions so that we can use teamwork to deliver happiness together. We basically just saw that story. Okay, we saw these. Wow, it's been a rough year. I couldn't even get together with my friends on my birthday. This makes sense. Oh, this is like a quarantine thing. Wow, it's been a rough year. I couldn't even get together with my friends on my birthday, but they made time for me anyway. I'm so happy to have, all of you helping me, to keep my heads up. I promise I will make it my mission to do the same for you. Love, Monica. What is this? Oh. Monica. Okay, write down some of the silly things holding you back. Think about them all, challenge them, negotiate with them, make friends with your bad feelings. They are a part of you, but they are not you. Club president learns about their members. Be the president of your mind club. Okay, throwback. I'm missing my friend's extra today. Did I ever show you this picnic we did? Look at Yuri helping Natsuki break. Even though Sayori was a little too excited to try, for me to try it. Can't wait till we can be together again. Let's see this. Adorable. Adorable. Okay, a poem. The shortest days of the year are the longest. Oh, God. I see some moist critical over here. The shortest days of the year are the longest. I regret my wish to hibernate by sipping coffee and watching the snow. Tired and trapped in the stillness, like I'm in a painting. But you remind me that spring will return. So, I warm my hands with a cup of coffee, watch the snow and think of you. And I permit the time to take its time. Through the cycle of dark and light, each letter I write reminds me that time passes. And so I wait, alone calm, in the stillness, to see a warm day with my 3 eyes plus you. Okay. I'm feeling kind of nostalgic today. The way I see birthdays, for my friends, it's a celebration of me. But for me, it's a celebration of my friends. For making so many things in my life more special. It's a day filled with gratitude and closeness. Thank you for making that possible. Okay? I often think about this one time I heard Yuri say, don't talk to me until I've had my coffee. But she was drinking tea, so like, were you joking, Yuri? Hi, I'm Monica, high school devil and president of the literature club. Poetry is life times 3. Okay. She's following 3. Let's see who she's following. How do we see who she's following? Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm curious. Here, let me close this off stream for a second. Okay. Oh! Immediately, I see some, like, Genshin Impact art. I see art of a bunch of characters. This person clearly has a Pixiv account, it says. So I'm wondering if this is the artist for the game. Probably. Okay. I'm guessing. And... oh, this is a background artist. Okay, cool. I'm glad... I'm glad that I actually hid my screen, because this one guy's had some stuff I would not like to show on stream. Wow, I must be a psychic. Okay. So. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're almost done. We're almost done. Holy crap. Okay. So, the interesting thing. This game gets us to a weird place at the end of this. Because we simultaneously got a happy ending and not a happy ending at all. The important thing to realize is I'm really curious about this. This is being the last one. I'm noticing some details of the characters' lives here and there that differ a little bit from those in VM1, even trivial ones. Is it like the butterfly effect or some part? Okay. Wait, I just got an achievement. What was that? Spend 20 minutes listening to music on the desktop. Did we just unlock something? Probably not. I don't think so. So, here's what we have with this game right now. That's kind of weird. Okay. We're going to call it there for that. So the thing that's weird is we have a pro and a con right now. Okay? The pro is that I think... Okay. Clearly, the side stories take place chronologically in terms of, like, date to the events of the game. Right? But the thing is that those universes in-game were destroyed. And I think the implication with what we got was that there was a happy ending within the universe of the game. We need to separate something about the universe of the VM1 within the universe of that world. It looks like we have a happy ending where I believe that the differences that we have in the side stories are basically that those are kind of chronologically after all the universes have been destroyed. And part of the reason why it suggests that is just from a level of how the game unfolds. You only get access to the side stories after you beat the game. If you had access to the side stories before you played the game, I think the game would be a lot more heartbreaking because you're more attached to the characters. That being said, you literally can't play them until you get the ending. And in fact, until you get pretty much all the endings. And so what that says to me is that in the universe, the characters we've grown attached to all have a happy ending. So that feels good, right? The downside is we have the metaverse. Not so good. There's some more stuff going on there. We clearly haven't pieced it together at all. I shouldn't say we. I should say I've clearly not pieced it together at all. And I'm sure to figure more out, we need to either, one, probably watch some videos of people who've dug into it a lot deeper, and two, maybe we just need to wait. To me, it sounds like it's an ARG pointing towards another game. We have VM1, which is Doki Doki Literature Club, it sounds like. All of the experiences, those universe getting wiped multiple times is Doki Doki Literature Club 1. It sounds like VM2, maybe that's the connection to like Libitna or something. I don't know. But it sounds to me like that's probably an ARG advertising a future product being worked on. That being said, it might just be to add more lore to make it feel weird and like to make it feel, you know, to kind of have some of the meta effect that Undertale does. But I kind of suspect there's another project in the works. I kind of suspect that. I think the side story, I think this game is well worth a purchase. It is, the side stories I actually really enjoyed. It was nice to have a kind of nice day on the game where stuff didn't go to shit. So, I mean, except for that drawing. You know what? I literally think the drawing I did, I think I might just literally chop it out of the YouTube video. Because it's so tonally just like, what the fuck from the rest of the stream. I think I might just chop it out and maybe delete it from my Discord server. We'll just lose that to time. We'll see. Anyways, thanks so much for joining me, guys. It has been a lot of pleasure playing this game. Thanks to Five Pickle Morning, my sister, who actually did this art you see on screen that I love. They also bought me this game. I appreciate it. If you guys are interested, here are my socials. If you like these videos, you can see them 24 hours later on YouTube. I upload all my VODs. I also have a wonderful community with awesome people like Goats on Boats here, and other people that you've seen in chat today, like, you know, Fruityverse, CD North, Bombshell Boy, what does the Simon say? They were all here today, and I'm sure many, you know, there's lots of other people. I can't just name everyone. There's awesome guys. And also have other social media I've been uploading stuff on. And also, if you are interested, I recently made a new video where I condensed down a 4.5-hour stream with a bunch of awesome streamers. Abysmal Cosmos, What Does the Simon Say? Angry Scootsman, Raceroni, and Mr. Trolldemort are the streamers. And we were also joined by Jaded Geek Girl and CD North. And we had a really, really fun stream full of a ton of laughs of Pico Park. So I condensed down a video of that, just a bunch, not really no editing, but just a bunch of clips. It's a half-an-hour video. It's hilarious. So you guys are welcome to check that out. In the meantime, I think we will take off tomorrow. You know what? Here's what we're going to do. Looks like someone's online. Let's return the raid that we got. Oh, we got a raid today, didn't we? Was that today or was that yesterday? I don't freaking know, but let's return the favor. Let's go raid Syringa official Hopefully I did this correctly. I believe this is... Did I do that correctly? It's not showing up. What? / raid. I believe this is a pretty young streamer. So normally we don't bring our crew over there. Just because, you know... maybe some of the content we're playing is pretty mature comparatively. But I know that these... I know that they're a friend of Stars Array who is also online right now. Oh, I see. There's a typo in the name. But I know that they're really into Doki Doki and stuff. So let's just go say hi and drop a couple peeps off. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. Thanks for joining us. Mwah. I'll see you guys tomorrow with something. I don't know. I have no idea. Something. Take care, guys.